Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Happy Friday, mother lovers. Happy Friday. Oh, thank you, Jesus. It is Friday. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Oh, let me just say this. Thank you guys so much for sticking around and waiting for me. I really do appreciate it. Just got off the phone, had a big conference for some really cool things that I'm really looking forward to sharing with you guys in the very, very near future. Some very cool things around the band, and I can't wait to share it. Trust and believe. We got things percolating out here in these screens behind the scenes, baby. Okay? So, again, apologies for the late start. But again, you know, it's a slow trickle, y'all. This mother-loving thing is a slow-ass trickle. Okay? But I'm happy to be here. I'm real happy to be here. And, of course, we got a lot of things that are going on in the news that we are going to be talking about for a short today as well. So get ready, because this is most likely going to be a long show. Yes, another one. Yes, another one. Okay? Another long show, but we're here for it. So do me a favor before we get into everything, okay? Hit that like button down below, crush it, do what it do, hit that reaction button. That'd be greatly appreciated if you're watching on these other platforms. And if you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, Rumble, Kick, I'm on all them mugs, y'all. Surprise, surprise. I'm on all of them. Okay, so make sure you're hitting that follow button, hit that like button on those pages, the subscribing, all that stuff. But more importantly, make sure you're subscribed right here on my YouTube channel, y'all. Make sure you're subscribed right here. And then, of course, go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there, too. Please and thank you. We got a lot to talk about, and there's a lot going on throughout the world and also inside this courtroom. All right, so make sure you're subscribed to both channels. Hit that notification bell so you know when, and set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because that's also very, very importante. Okay? Very important. Okay? Also, hit that join button down below. Become a member. Please support this channel. Your boy is working hard out here in these streets in this mother lover. Don't you understand? So support if you can. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Okay? Okay. PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. Don't you forget it, though. PascalMerch.com. Oh, yeah. I am so hyped right now. No, yes, well, partly because, yes, I've had some strong coffee today. But I am very excited about what's coming soon, okay? What's around the bend. Like I told you guys yesterday, I got things lining up. I'm really excited about what we have coming around the bend for this show. We are trying really hard to make this be the dopest show you have ever seen. And we are working on that right now as we speak. So I'm very excited, very hype. And within the next few weeks, there's going to be some changes, right? You've already seen the changes so far. Slowly but surely. It's a slow trickle, like I said. You know, it's a slow trickle. But when it all comes together, it's going to be fan-freaking-tastic. Okay? I gotta hit the bling. Yeah, that thing. Okay? Because I'm very hype. I'm very hype. We're putting in a lot of work over here. And like I said, I want this to be something that you just cannot miss. Okay? You're getting your news, you're getting your entertainment. Okay? You're getting all of it wrapped up into one show right here. So I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait to share it with you guys. Enough of that mess. We got to get straight into this stuff, okay? So yesterday, we saw Prosecution do its thing. And don't worry, we're going to be going into the news stuff. We are. Okay, we are, but we're going to go straight into the defense stuff because I know that we have all been waiting to see what the hell the defense is about to say. Okay, what are they going to do? You know, are they going to take up 4 or 5 hours of these jurors' precious time, of this courtroom's precious time, or are they going to sit there and go, yeah, it's all about love, though, right? It's about the love, right? Maybe that's what's going to happen here. I don't know. But I'm really interested and I'm very excited to see what the defense is going to say. Prosecution went in yesterday. All right. Prosecution roasted the hell out of Diddy, or cooked the hell out of Diddy. It was bad, y'all. I think we can all agree on, they came in, they said, here's all the information that we have, here's all the proof. Now, I know whether you agree with the proof that they gave to the jury or not, they said what they said, and it was pretty hardcore. One of the things that they said over and over and over again is that he does not take no for an answer. I repeat, he does not take no for an answer. That's a very big deal. Okay? And they kept saying that. They would talk about situations with Jane Doe, Capricorn Clark, Mia, his other assistants, from Jonathan Perez to Brandon Paul to Cassie. And all the while, they kept going right back. Okay? They kept going right back, circling right back to that same theme. He would never take no for an answer, over and over and over. Now, again, this is some crazy stuff. And one of the things that they did keep pointing out is that just because, when this is important, though, real talk, it is extremely important that they talk about those things and bring these things up to the jury. One of the main things of many that they pointed out is, one, just because it was consensual in the beginning or consensual 100 times does not mean that the one time that that person says no, the one time the person says no, the person that they're doing that stuff with, that was doing it consensually with them before, should be listening to them. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm tired of being your doll. I'm a human being. I am someone's child. And I mean, of course, that's what Cassie said. But you can basically say that Cassie and Jane Doe basically said the same doggone things, just in different variations to Diddy. And how Diddy would respond is, girl, stop. Right? And of course, that's a broad stroke, no pun intended, but just a broad stroke of what they were saying about as far as consent. Right? And yeah, Jane, I agree. I feel like it was very well done. Then they talked about the substances. This one was big. That took me back. I was like, oh, damn, this is no joke. They said, just because it's a pill or 1,000 pills, if you have an assistant go off and buy substances for Diddy's use, that is still distribution. That assistant goes and buys it, takes it over to Diddy. Diddy uses it for these freak-offs. And he would use these substances for these women in these freak-offs. And sometimes the male entertainers that would be there as well. It's without question that was not objected. By the way, there was no objection on that. So they agreed on that in court when they were doing their charge conference. Hey, just because it's a pill or 1,000 pills, just because it's an ounce to a whole bunch of grams, let's just say, right? They still did what they still did distribute and give that substance to Diddy and to those people, right? The S workers and to Cassie and Jane Doe, and God knows who else, right? So again, it's very, very interesting. And those are just two moments. They even said with the RICO charges, they only have to pick two. He has to be found guilty on just 2 counts, 2 charges, and that's it. And then they got him for RICO. And what's really crazy, okay? What's really, really crazy is that there's so many charges that they have that, yeah, he in some serious trouble, okay? He has some, there are, serious trouble. Diddy's in hot water. Like everybody's been saying in all their thumbnails and all that. Ooh, Diddy cooked. Yeah, Diddy's cooked. At least that's from what the prosecution has presented. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for. The defense coming in with their bullnish. Well, I'm wondering if it's going to be bullnish, okay? I'm wondering if it's going to be BS. Real talk. You never know. I haven't seen it yet. But I've been seeing the chat. While you guys were waiting for me patiently, which I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. To you guys, thank you so much for just chilling out in the background, in the waiting room before we got into this mess. Okay. But I've been seeing the chat and y'all been like, man, I can't wait for Pascal to react to this ish. This is going to be crazy. I haven't seen anything yet. I promise you, I have not. I don't know anything that's going on right now as far as what the defense has said or what they're about to say. So this is going to be good. Okay. Obviously, we already knew. And let's just talk about their opening statements. Okay. I'm making fun of it all the time, what the defense has said in the very beginning, because they keep on saying, don't you see that this was love? This all revolved around love. Let's not forget about love. Did you know that he loves people and that he goes by the name Love, Brotherly Love? His last album was called Love. It's all love, maybe. Well, if it's the same MO, we're going to have some very interesting reactions today. Okay? So let's get into this, shall we? Now, finally, I'll say this too. And of course, Nicole, I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you, Nicole Riley. Okay. She says, I appreciate your dedication. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We working hard out here in these streets. Let's not forget. But we are finally near the end. Okay. We are almost at the end because let's be real. After they say what they need to say, after defense does their closing arguments, prosecution gets a chance to come back up, say a few things if they want to, and the defense can also jump up and say some things. But at the end of the day, we are at the penultimate. Yeah. Oh, snap. Oh, vocabulary today. Words are hot, right? We are at the penultimate moment of this trial, meaning we're almost at the end. It's the last thing before they go into deliberation for the verdict. So starting Monday, or maybe as soon as today, this afternoon, jury can be thrown into the jury deliberation room to talk about the outcome and the fate of Diddy. Yeah. We are finally... We made it! We made it, Mom! We made it! We made it. 32 whole mother-loving days of this trial. What an experience. Oh, my God. But at the same time, we went through the ish together. We went through the ish together like soldiers. Okay? And now I know you guys even more. Just like you know me. Just a skosh little bit more. Okay? It's a beautiful thing. Okay? But there are days I wish I had back. Yeah. Those days. But we made it. We made it. So let's see what they're going to say. This is going to be interesting. Is this BS? Is this trash? Is this like, oh, snap, yo, this is crazy. Nothing but fire, right? I'm very curious about this, right? What are they going to say? How are they going to slither through the grass? You know what I mean? How are they going to bob and weave through this situation, right? How are they going to dodge these charges? So let's get into this. Of course, we're going to go straight into the NBC because, of course, they be out here percolating. You feel me? Okay. But we will be going through inner city press and talking about all that. Also, here's a quick little reminder, okay? During some of these lulls, etc., by all means, I pinned it to the top of the chat on YouTube. I have a new video that I just posted before we started today. There is another lawsuit that Diddy's been hit with. I'm not kidding, okay? And I'll just show it here real quick. All right, just so you know, this dropped, and this is insane. Okay, so Diddy is being sued again by a man. He's not hiding behind a pseudonym, by the way. No John Doe in this situation. Okay, and he's claiming that Diddy said this phrase before he was viciously SA'd. He said, "You about to get that Diddy love." Yes, that is real. I talked about all of it with all the details, etc. It is pinned to the top of the chat. I got another video that's about to drop while we are live that has to do with Coco, Brian Kohberger, and the Idaho Ford tragedy case. Definitely, we're going to be talking about that as well. Okay. And I'll be posting that up in just a little bit. Okay. Because there's been some bad news for Brian Kohberger. Bad news for Coco. Coco cooked. I know everybody uses the phrase cooked now. Okay, but Coco cooked. Coco very cooked. Just so you know, that's what I called Brian Kohberger. Brian Kohberger is cooked. He did that. He may not have been the only. He may not be the only person who did it, but he was a part of it. He most definitely did something. That's another conversation in itself. We will get into that, I promise, okay? But just a quick reminder, all right, of all the things that we have going on, all right? There's a lot of news, and the news be newsing. And, of course, if there's any breaking news or any updates that are going on while we are live, we're going to talk about it right here on The Pascal Show, okay? So, again, don't forget to hit that like button down below. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, okay? We got a lot to talk about. We have many miles to go before we sleep, so let's get straight into it, all right? So a final push for Diddy commences. So Agnifilo, Mark Ruffalo, Janine Garofalo, his lead attorney, began to address the jurors in a final push to convince them that Diddy is not guilty of running a criminal enterprise aimed at satisfying his sexual fantasies. Of course, they were pacing around the lectern. Agnifilo was testing his microphone to see how far he could walk from it and be heard by the court reporter. So I guess he wants to walk around and just, you know what I mean? He wants to walk around being like doing theater or something. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. Agnifilo is the one who's doing the closing arguments, by the way. This is also very interesting too. So I have a feeling we're going to be going off the rails. Okay, we're going to be off-roading. He an adventurous one. All right, so we're going to see how this goes. So defense says Diddy being charged for a lifestyle. We haven't even started yet. We haven't even started yet, y'all. We haven't even started yet. And I'm already taking great pause. Okay. Agnifilo accused prosecutors of putting his client on trial for his lifestyle and not a real crime. He says it's a trial of a lifestyle. If you want to call it swingers, that's what it is. That is what the evidence shows, he told the jurors. The prosecutors have charged one of the most serious, complicated, and comprehensive statutes on the books. So Agnifilo also called his client a highly successful businessman. Diddy has become something that is very, very hard to be. He is a self-made, successful, black, entrepreneur. So they're throwing race into the mix. Again, race was a conversation in the very beginning. Race was brought back up when prosecution was like, we need to get rid of juror number 6, right? There was a huge problem. But he's black. Remember that? Which is not a good reason to keep a guy. Okay, yes, I would like to have a Neapolitan ice cream of different flavors and races in the jury pool. But if he is lying to get into the jury pool, regardless if he's black, white, Puerto Rican, polka dotted, purple, or blue, it does not matter. He needs to be gone. Okay, but they were riding on that race card earlier. So remember, in the very beginning, it was a 6-pack of white women. The prosecution, 6-pack of white women, right? Juror number 6, but he's black. And then now he's saying he's a successful black entrepreneur. You're doing this to a black man, don't you see? So we're on that now. Hopefully that's the only time he talks about that, but I don't know. I don't know. So let's get into this. Employees still loyal to him, attorneys say, which does not matter at all because he still pays them. Dear God. Moving on, Agnifilo leaned heavily on the devotion of Diddy's employees who, even after testifying to violent or irrational behavior by their boss, I'm sorry, I haven't even finished the sentence and I'm laughing, said they were still grateful to work for him. It doesn't matter. They're out here because they were subpoenaed. And then, of course, they're also trying to cover their ass because if he walks free, he could blacklist them all, y'all. He can call Viacom, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Nike, Adidas. I guess that's how you really say it. Adidas, right? He can call them all up and be like, hey, you know that kid? Nah, don't even mess with him, bruh. He can literally still do that when this is all over. Of course, they're going to be like, well, it's complicated. Yeah, it's a complicated relationship. Or they're going to be like, yeah, he was the greatest boss I ever had. But yeah, I did a whole lot of crimes for him. Okay, we're cool though. Diddy? Okay, bye. Okay, thank you. Bye. You know what I mean? Remember what I did at the end? You know? These guys are scared out of their minds too. This guy's still powerful, even when he's behind bars. Come on. But moving on, okay? Heavily on the devotion. That just drives me crazy. Even though they say he was violent and he had irrational behavior and they helped hook him up with, these freak off parties, these freak offs hooking up the hotels and all that, he still was a great guy. He still was a good guy. Okay. The attorney conceded that working for Diddy was, quote unquote, like drinking from a fire hose. How funny, because Diddy really loves fire hoses, does he not? A hankering for hogs. But moving on, did they always like him? No way. But they loved him. Even the ones who are suing him. You know what this reminds me of? Hold up. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds, okay? Because I said this in the very beginning, and then I figured it out while in the middle of this trial. And I was like, oh my God, this is from this movie, okay? I'm sorry, school. Come on now. It's like, remember what I said at the end? We cool though, right? We cool? Please don't be mad at me. Please don't. Let's see. Hold on. Yep. Hold on. I think, is it this one? Yep, I found it. Hold on. I'm not playing this right now. We're gonna get to it though, okay? Because it just this is giving me Devil's Advocate vibes. Okay, Keanu Reeves, Devil's Advocate. I don't like Mr. Such and Such. I don't like him. I said it. I don't like him. But it doesn't mean that he did it. He might be the worst person on this planet as hell, right? I don't like him at all. But is he guilty of doing what he did? Think about it. Yep. You know what? We're going to show it right now. just a quick thing. You know, this movie, one of the few movies where Keanu Reeves just knocks it out the park. Sorry, guys, but that's the truth. You know, you got Matrix, you got John Wick, but you got Devil's Advocate, and this scene is hilarious to me. Is that not Agnifilo right now? Think about it. Think about it. Hold on. I'm skipping ahead.
Enjoy your lunch.
Wait, hold on.
We'll talk again. That's
As I said, this is Agnifilo right now as we speak. Agnifilo. He's like, hey, he may be a monster. He may have crazy, an insatiable sexual appetite and a very interesting alternative lifestyle. But can you say that he did all of these things? That's literally the movie. That's literally what he's doing right now. Agnifilo's going up there and saying all this, okay? Which is insane, okay? So, of course, they said, okay, but did they always like him? No way. But they loved him, even the ones who are suing him, drinking from a fire hose, okay? I don't like him. I said it. I don't like him at all, right? Insane. America is safe from Astroglide. Stop. He said that. He really said that. Agnifilo mocked the law enforcement for their raids on Diddy's homes, making America safe from Astroglide. Stop. Okay, so Combs' bedroom proclivities were on display all trial, but Agnifilo, the defense, said the government didn't make its case to show his client to be an actual criminal kingpin. Way to go, fellas. You guys way to go, fellas. You guys just do you. They took Astroglide and baby oil, and that is the evidence in this case. There's nothing about businesses to make a criminal case. So yeah, he's like, yeah, thank God. All that Astroglide has been taken. Finally, America is safe from Astroglide. Wow. So he concedes, the defense concedes that Diddy attacked Cassie. So they are admitting it. Clearly he was. It's on video. You can't deny that, okay? So Agnifilo said his side of the table didn't fight the allegations that Diddy attacked then girlfriend Cassie. We own the DV. I hope you guys know that. But Agnifilo urged jurors to remember the charges facing Combs. He did not do the things he's charged with, racketeering or STing. He did not kidnap anyone or obstruct justice. He is going to fight to the death to defend himself against what he did not do. This is insane, okay? And hello, Mia. Hi. Thank you so much for watching on Kick. Thank you so much for taking a look and watch on Kick. Yes, I'm on Kick, guys. Make sure you're following over there as well. Okay, follow me on my platforms. I'm on all of them. All right. So, interesting stuff so far, right? Interesting stuff. So, defense says Cassie and Diddy had great modern love story. So, a modern love story is based on what? The meet cute moment? Like the meet cute moment where, you know, you meet at the grocery store next to the vegetables, right? And then comes the love bombing. And then you become head over heels. And then, like, you know, it's like guy meets girl, girl meets guy in the vegetable section of the supermarket. Then they go on their first date. It's cute. It's innocent. They're both nervous. Then the first kiss. Then they go on a few more dates. And because, you know, she's holding off and she's not fast, they don't have relations for a little bit. And then they do. And then after the relations happens, it's good. It's like fireworks. It's just them in the room. Those two people showing how much they care and love each other. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, boy comes to girl and says, I like doing things called freak-offs. And hey, here's my friend with a juicy hog, and his name is called the Punisher. Come on in. This is the great modern love story? Oh, let's not forget. In the meantime, the girl's trying to run away, trying to get out of the situation, and he keeps dragging her back in and putting his paws on her. But this is a great modern love story. Is it not? Yeah. Typical story of a guy meets girl and then throws her into a freak off. Yeah. Makes total sense. So Cassie and Diddy were a great modern love story, Agnifilo said, despite the stomach-turning violence that marked much of it. It's complicated, but they are truly in love with each other. And that is what defines the relationship. It is based on, oh my God, the word is back again. It's all based on love. Yeah. Cassie eventually left the relationship because she always had the freedom to do so. Remember what the prosecution said? They said that they would bring this up, that she could have left at any time. A little victim shaming, victim blaming for sure, right there. But real talk, it's all based on love. This is normal. She could have left. If she was unhappy, why didn't she leave? So Cassie eventually left the relationship because she had the freedom to do. Okay. If racketeering conspiracy had an opposite, it would be their relationship, Agnifilo said. I would have loved to be in this room, in this courtroom, hearing all this and just seeing all the other, the news and the reporters and all that. If they're all just absolutely, their faces are absolutely stoic and not showing any emotion, or if all of them are like, what? What is he saying right now? This is insane. So the defense calls the attacks on victim Cassie a gangster. What? Defense calls attacking victim Cassie a gangster. Or sorry. So, okay. They're calling Cassie a gangster. That's interesting. Moments after conceding his clients savagely put their hands on Cassie, Agnifilo called her a gangster. What? Real talk, it's kind of a what? What you say? What? So despite all that Cassie suffered, Agnifilo said she wasn't defenseless. I'm not going to be judgy, but she played him good. And that is not something anyone can do. Cassie had a relationship with Cudi and used a burner phone during her time with Diddy, all showing that Cassie is like a gangsta. What in the hell is this? What is this? Yeah, Tiffany, this should have been a comedy. He should have done, this dude's funny. He's like, yes, they did what they did. He did that to Cassie, but she's also a gangster. She's also a two-time in the hussy. She's a damn strumpet. What is going on here? Now it's her who is the diabolical one. It's her who's the, as he says, gangster. Yet she's the one who has photos and evidence depicting the bruises, the cuts, the pain, the terror of being in a relationship with. Oh, good God. Okay, I'm waiting for them to come in with proof, baby. Literally, we poked holes in prosecution. I'm still waiting for them to say something that's gonna hold merit. So far, they're saying things that don't fit at all. It's weak sauce, y'all. Brian Steele should have been the one doing the closing arguments. I'm sorry. Or Westmoreland. Real talk. I think Agnifilo's kind of like, I don't know why he reminds me of Joe Pesci. I don't know why. But you know, the two Utes, Utes, youths, right? It's very my cousin Vinny-ish. I don't know why. Okay? But the two Utes, right? What am I, a clown to you? You think I'm a clown? Right? It just gives me that vibe. Just a little bit. I'm sorry. Maybe it's his face. I have no idea. So 1 hour into defense closing, so they did this for an hour? They said all this stuff for an hour? The fuck? Oh, good God. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. They did this for an hour so far. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Okay. Agnifilo has been speaking for a little more than an hour now, and Diddy appears to be fully engaged. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's like a group of insane people and the ringleader of these insane people is just sitting there going, that's truth though. Yeah, it was all love. It was love. Let me know how they doing so far, guys. In the family chat, let me know. Okay? Holla at your boy. How they doing? Are they fumbling the ball right now? They need to kind of get to the facts. That's what I feel. They need to get to facts and do the pushback on what prosecution presented yesterday, which was a over 5-hour argument. And they came in with bang, 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 bang. They went in, y'all. And the stuff was scathing. They need to come in with scathing stuff too. I'm sorry. I'm reacting because what they're saying here is trash so far. But I'm waiting for them to say something where I'm like, I can see that. I can see that. I can see that point, right? But I feel like they're all partying. They're at the club or at the bar, and Agnifilo is feeling some type of way. Thank you, Maymag, for this super sticker. He's feeling some type of way. He's on one preaching. They're all drunk, and you got Diddy in the corner being like, yeah, what he said, man. And everyone's like, don't you understand the things that you're saying are not logically making any sense? Do you understand that? Do you see that? Because I see it. You see it, right? Because I see it. That this doesn't make any sense. Now they just look like fools. And Diddy's literally pulling all the strings like a marionette. This is not good so far, guys. So Diddy's up there leaning in, fully engaged, being like, yeah, what he said. The defendant is sitting up close to the defense table next to attorneys Brian Steele and Alexander Shapiro. His energy and attention look to be much higher than yesterday's 5-hour long prosecution closing arguments. Now, of course, he's going to be like, yeah, what he said. Yeah, what he said, man. Yeah, because, he needs to defend himself. He's fighting for literally his life. If he's found guilty on all these charges, man be gone. Him gone. In prison. Him gone. Okay? He'll be gone. So it's nonsense to accuse Diddy of torching Kid Cudi's Porsche. Okay, facts. Thank you. Facts. Here we go. Thank you. I agree with this part. I know some of y'all be like, you biased as hell, bro. You biased. No, I'm waiting for facts. They got a good point right here. Diddy denies he tossed the Molotov cocktail into Kid Cudi's Porsche, destroying it in 2012. There's no proof of him actually doing that. Yes, there's a timeline. Yes, it's very questionable. Yes, there's text messages that he said that he was going to make the car go up in flames. That part is true, but there is no body that can pin him to the scene of the crime. And that is massive. That's a huge, important piece. So Agnifilo insisted that if his client had a beef with rapper Kid Cudi, it would have led to a one-on-one brawl. But that's what exactly he did. He went over to Kid Cudi's home, broke into his home, and was like, hey, man, I'm here. I'm waiting, bro. I'm right here. I'm inside your home petting your dog. What's up, boo-boo? I'm waiting for you, homie. But then guess what happened? A brawl did not happen. And then a few weeks later, Kid Cudi's car goes up in flames. Okay? True. The car, Jonathan, you ain't wrong. The car didn't blow up itself. Absolutely. Somebody did it. I still think that that Diddy had something to do with it. He called somebody out to do that for him, but he was not in town, allegedly, when this crime went down. And they can't pin him to the crime. Then also, the evidence is gone. So again, I think he did it. I think he called out somebody, maybe Capricorn Clark, to go over there and do what happened to the car, but they cannot pin him to the crime. That's the thing. They can't pin him to the crime. And that's the most important part. That's why he's going to get away with that. Because they can't pin him to the crime. They just can't. Everything's been destroyed. He was nowhere near the situation. He allegedly was overseas when this whole thing went down. So if the glove don't fit, you must acquit type of situation, right? So they say, now let's talk about this nonsense with the Porsche. There is no evidence that he had anything to do with the Porsche. Nothing. So moving on. Defense says Ventura wasn't kidnapped. The defense said that claims that Cassie was kidnapped and held in the London hotel in Los Angeles are false. So on May 14th, Cassie had testified about an incident in January 2009 when Diddy attacked her after an event in Los Angeles in an SUV and stomped on her face. When they got back to Diddy's home, he saw her face was bleeding and swollen and had his security take her to the London hotel in Los Angeles. She testified that she wanted to stay at Diddy's home to recover, but wasn't allowed to, and was taken to the hotel where she stayed for about a week. Now, Diddy's attorneys argue she went to the hotel for her own good, as they didn't want anything in the press. The defense argued that it's not kidnapping when you want to go to the house of the guy you're charging with kidnapping. I see their point. I definitely see their point. So they go for a break. Okay. So that's interesting. So they've had this going on for over an hour and a half. Okay. So they called for a 15-minute break. And then, of course, there's some new updates, obviously. But this is the only parts that I can sit here and go, I could see their point here and I could see their point there, is the car going up in flames and her being held against her will. That is the only thing. Her being in that hotel room, them saying, oh, she was held against her will. Did she try to run out? And one of the bodyguards or whoever was, taking care of her and being in that room with her in that hotel room, were they holding her down? Were they holding her against her will at gunpoint? Those are the questions that need to be answered. And like I said, is it forceful? Like Edward just said, it's forceful imprisonment. Is it really forceful imprisonment? Something to think about. She was getting food dropped off. She wasn't allowed to go to the door because her face was all jacked up. They were trying to hide her from the press. But at the same time, was she really trying to run out of the room? Trying to run out of the house? Or out of the hotel room? That's something that still needs to be answered. Okay? Then the other thing, the car going up in flames. He wasn't there. There's no evidence of him being there, etc. So there's reasonable doubt on that. Okay? There's most definitely reasonable doubts on that. But let's continue on. Morning break. Defense claims it has the right to be sarcastic. So, lead prosecutor complained to the judge about, from the government's point of view, improper arguments made by the defense. Yeah, they're kind of being buttholes. They're kind of being buttholes. Okay, they really are. Oh, thank God you found all that Astroglide. America can be safe from Astroglide again. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's some rude stuff. Okay, they're coming in trying to be respectful of the crimes that they are trying to pin Diddy with. These are some serious crimes. These are some serious charges he's looking at. The defense doesn't need to be going in there being buttholes. But we'll see what happens. The defense at points made sarcastic comments about the charges against Diddy. Respectfully, Art Agnifilo said, the lead attorney, the person who's doing the closing arguments right now, I think I'm allowed to be sarcastic, which is interesting. So, back in session, court is back in session. So, before jurors re-entered the courtroom, the judge told Agnifilo not to openly speculate about why the government chose to pursue charges it did against Diddy. So, Mr. Agnifilo, for you, please don't do that again, the judge said. It's grossly improper. And I agree. I agree 110%. Now, let's go over to Inner City Press, okay? There was a video that he put up before everything went down, so we're going to take a look at that first before we continue, okay? And also, please, guys, I see you, all right? Thank you so much for being here. You could be watching anywhere else. I appreciate the support. We're at the tail end of this doggone trial. I'm so hype about it. I'm so excited about it. It's going to be dope. The verdict is going to be jaw-dropping, I'm sure, regardless if he's exonerated or found guilty. It's going to be jaw-dropping nonetheless. But hit that like button down below. Send it to 1K, okay? That would be really, I'd really, really appreciate that if you can, all right? Because ain't nobody really touched the like button yet. So please, send it all the way up. Send it to 1K. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Support the channel. And, of course, don't forget to subscribe, okay? Subscribe, all right? And let me get this. I got a few super chats before we continue on because, of course, we're still waiting for NBC. And, of course, we're going to be reading everything that he wrote, the Inner City Press, leading up to where we are currently, okay? Just so you know. So DC says this is diabolical. Like, what is this? Yeah, I agree. I mean, the beginning, how they started their whole thing, I wouldn't be surprised if some jurors are automatically turned off by how they're presenting themselves, how they're presenting their argument, their closing argument. You start off by being like, oh, thank God you're keeping America safe from Astroglide. Thank you so much, right? Thank you, Homeland Security. Now our kids can go back to school. Now they can ride their bikes down the street again because the Astroglide is gone from Diddy's home. That's literally what they're saying. I could see the jury being like, some jurors, not all, but be like, that's out of pocket, bro. You out of pocket for that, homie. So, again, DC, I agree. Tamara, thank you so much for the love you sent me to from Canada. How's the maple syrup? Hopefully it's overflowing. All right. And super sweet. They only need 2 counts. You're absolutely right. Bribery, hotel video. Absolutely. They got him. They got him on the bribery. The arson, though, I say no. I know you may not agree. Okay. But I just don't think that they have him on arson. That's going to be a whim and a prayer. But they got him on STing. They got him on extortion. They got him on pros. They got him on. I mean, the kidnapping is a question. The kidnapping will be a question. Tamara, you have both all 3 of these, so I really do appreciate all the support. Thank you so much. Okay. Capricorn confessed that he kidnapped her. Yep, that part is true. He held her at gunpoint, put her in the car, and he said, "We gonna go kill that N-word." She was held against her will. It'll be up to the jury if they can look at that and go, yep, yeah, that's kidnapping for sure, right? We'll see about that, though. Again, thank you so much again. Prediction is that he is found guilty. That's your prediction. Okay. As a addict, he needs to sober up in jail. Yeah, I mean, he's sober, I'm sure, by now, unless he's getting the hookup inside the jail, okay? Because you can still get substances inside the jail, of course. But we'll see about that. We'll see what the end result is going to be. And it'll be up to the jury to make that decision on whether or not these people, that these allegations all stick. And you're right. They only have to do 2. Okay? 2 times a lady. You know what I'm saying? They only need to do 2. And there's a gang of them that we already look at. And I'm like, yeah, that's one. And that's one too. And that's one too. And then one too. You know what I mean? At least the way I'm seeing it. Right? So I'm going to be putting a poll up again. I know some of y'all don't like the polls. All right. But, not everybody likes polls. Okay? Some people do. Some people don't. It's okay. I still love you. But let's take a look at this. I'm going to be putting a poll up here in a second. It's probably going to be the same question I asked yesterday. Is Diddy cooked? I'm going to be asking that here in a second. But let's hear Inner City Press in the beginning here. Let's rock and roll.
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Thursday, June 27th. It's day 32 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. Today, the defense closings. We're on our way in. Yesterday, the prosecution's closing by AUSA Slavic brought together a lot of threads. I will say, it's not so much the law when actually described in that context, not just on the dry piece of paper of a jury charge, but actually described orally to a jury, made it seem pretty easy to convict him, because it said, and I'm saying this just like it changed my view in the sense that there's a lot of things they don't have to find. On the transportation for prostitution or commercial sex work charge, they don't really have to show intent or anything. It seems very tricky. And on the RICO, they just have to find 2 incidents, and
there's only 2 that they need to prove. This is why I'm really glad that they did actually have. I am actually glad that they took their time during the charge conference to just kind of really get everything ironed out, trimming the fat, getting all the BS out of the way, get that mucky muck out, right? Because even myself, I was like, man, I'm concerned, y'all. I'm really, really concerned that they're going to be able to keep the jury on the same page, because they talked about so many different things. They go off on little tangents. They come back. You know what I mean? It's been a wild and interesting roller coaster ride. Okay. But when they were able to do that closing statements, that's why these closing arguments are so massive and so incredibly important, right? They're so incredibly important because they're able to go in there and really iron out and explain it to the kiddos, okay, to the jury, like they're kids, and be like, here's what this is, here's what that is. He is guilty of doing these certain things for sure. And of course, the defense, their job is to go in there and go, no, there is no proof of X, Y, and Z. But right now, not in the very beginning of this closing statements so far, except for when they started talking about the arson and the kidnapping, they finally started talking about things that really pertain to his charges, right? So again, Baby K, I don't think he's getting out. Do I think he's going to be locked up for good? I don't know. I don't think so. Like I said, at the very least, he's going to be in 10, 15 years. Of course, time served,
even be the same predicate. Those who thought that the U.S. letter dropping theories of liability concerning arson and kidnapping and aiding and abetting sex trafficking would result in a substantially different closing were incorrect. We're incorrect, because it was all there. There was multiple references to Kid Cudi. There were multiple references to Capricorn Clark. So I think it would have been better to have, got a lot of noise pollution here, but so be it. I think it would have been better for the defense. Okay, we got a garbage truck. We've got some we've got some trees being cut down. So apologies all around. In fact, okay, well, sorry for the noise pollution. This courthouse area is incredible. And I don't know. Actually, the city council here micromanages so many things. I'm kind of surprised they haven't gotten into the whole noise situation. In any event, we're heading in for the defense conference. Now there's big news everywhere. There's the big, beautiful bill.
Okay. And then he's talking about other things, of course. But again, that stuff, I think, just hearing what he had to say, especially given the fact that he's been a fly on the wall this entire time, I think is incredibly important to hear what he has to say about everything too. And of course, he said, hey, I think it is extremely crucial that you're hearing everything being broken down for prosecution. And now we're hearing things from the defense. Again, what they're saying, what they've been saying is interesting. But let's get into this, okay? Because we got some things to get into. But first, there's a little bit of information here. So again, I'm trying to do as much as I can to catch up here. But defense attacks Mia's testimony. This is where love and money come together. So defense attorney Ignifilo attacked the testimony of Mia, okay? This is the former assistant that worked for Diddy and said that he actually SA'd her too. This is where love and money come together. Mia loved working with Diddy. She loved the work that she did. Forced labor is when you want to be out of there as soon as possible. Ignifilo went back to an online post Mia made wishing Diddy a happy 45th birthday and sharing admiring words. There was not any unwanted sexual contact between Diddy and Mia. It was platonic love and admiration, Instagram postings, wonderful pictures and slogans, and prosecutors said that was part of her job. That is how she really felt, he said. So again, they're like, yo, she did this because she loved him, that there was admiration and respect, but most importantly, love. And that she did those things because she wanted to do it, not because it was her job, but because she loved Diddy. Interesting. So let's get into this. All right. Blah, blah, blah. We're getting straight to the meat and potatoes. Okay. So judge says, Mr. Ignifilo, are you prepared to proceed with the defense's closing? He says there is a trial set forth by the text messages. Then there's a trial out for the prosecutor's mouths, or there's a trial out of the prosecutor's mouth. They are different. The trial from the evidence, what is it? It is a personal use substances. That's all it is. That and swingers. That's a lifestyle. But the prosecutors have charged one of the most serious statutes on the books. They called threesomes and substances as RICO. I want to thank you for your service to our country. I would love to speak to you for days, but it's Friday. I'm trying to be efficient. I have to cover a lot of ground, but I'll focus on the most important part. Diddy. Diddy is a self-made Black entrepreneur. He has built real businesses that are so outstanding that others create partnerships with them. We heard that from Derek Ferguson. It's hard to be Diddy. How many witnesses said they were moved? The assistants were moved by Diddy. It was like Harvard Business School. He pushed me hard. Did they always like him? No way. Let's not even go there. Did they like him? No, but they loved him. Even the ones who are suing him right now. Mia? Okay. I'm not going to call her Mia because that's not her real name. I'm going to call her the witness who testified as Mia. Remember, Derek Ferguson from the Bronx, he said, there were not many hiring people like me from the Bronx. There's something more to these businesses. Sometimes The real things in life are hard. No one remembers the easy days. These people grew. It was real. It was diversity. These days, DEI? What the hell? Diddy was doing it 24. Doing it at 24. So these people grew. It was real. It was diversity. These days, DEI? Diddy was doing it at 24. The prosecutors called his businesses racketeering. That's the fake trial. What happens? He gets arrested. They destroy his property. They have a SRT, a special response team. They are clandestine. Can't follow with a camera. Rampant, they ran. His kids were there. And here, 6 of the 7 in the second row. The 7th is an infant. What is going on here? Oh my God. What is going on here? Honestly, I know he's writing this like really fast, but this sounds so like, you know what I mean? Kids are here. Diddy, black man. He ran many businesses. Very respected. Lawsuits, bad. Things that are going on in here, ridiculous. Astroglide, that was used. He's looking at charges. I don't agree with them. Something's really weird about this. But okay, they're clandestine and can't follow with a camera. Rampant they ran. His kids were there. And they're here too. 6 of the 7. Right here in the second row. The 7th is an infant, so she couldn't be here. This is who he is. The man takes care of people. Jane came here and testified against him. Today, she's in a house he's actually paying for. And they found it. Boxes of Astroglide taken off the streets. And they got the baby oil and the personal use of substances. America now is safer. 5 Valium pills. When you're doing work like that, we can't photograph you. That's evidence. Or that's the evidence. What do? What do they end up doing? They wrap yellow crime scene tape figuratively around his bedroom, around the hotel rooms he goes to with his girlfriends. That's a lot of crime scene tape. The crime scene is your private S life. No one called 911, by the way. They called civil plaintiffs' lawyers. This case is about money. Cassie sues Diddy for $30 million because he has $30 million. If he doesn't have it, no civil lawsuit, no criminal case. This case is about 5 minutes. And it's about love. Love has been said more than 800 times in this trial. The DV, we own it. We did not ask Cassie about being attacked. We did not cross Jane about it either. But DV is not the charge. If he was charged with that, he would have pled guilty. He did that. But he did not do racketeering, conspiracy, or STing. He did not kidnap or bribe anyone. The first person to say this was about DV was Cassie herself. She made an Instagram post. She herself said, "Thank you for all your love and support. The DV is the issue." She could have said anything on her phone or tablet. She could have said, "This is about STing." She didn't say that. She said it was about DV. Believe her then on that. Believe Cassie when she says DV is the issue. In that moment, watching that video, imagine that. To see their relationship is to see everything that racketeers is not. I'm not going to go through a lot of text messages or charts or screen time. It's a terrible thing. Screen time, I'm told. I'm going to tell you the story of this case. They fell in love. Cassie had a boyfriend of 3 years, 10 years older than her. But she meets Diddy. Oh, by the way, that's Ryan Leslie, by the way. The boyfriend that she was with of 3 years. Then she met Diddy, so she dated up, okay? Just saying. But she meets Diddy, and they're off to the races. Diddy rents a boat, and they make love for the first time. They're in an intense relationship for 11 years. Cassie's smart. She flat out won. She's got that $30 million that she wanted, and now he's in jail. I mean, you probably know that. That nice-looking man behind him, the nice-looking men behind him, they are U.S. Marshals. They keep him safe. Cassie has won 100-0. They tell you she's a victim. No. This is a great modern love story. They didn't write these in the past because they didn't have these problems. He had 6 kids at a time. It's a relationship based on love. Cassie said she was young and insanely jealous, did she not? If you're in the jury room and don't want to go home, read their text messages at the time of the breakup. In fact, when you do read them, you'll actually cry. They were selfless with each other. When it wasn't going to work, for the original sin of their relationship, and then that Gina wouldn't come here, but she's out there. Then Kim Porter passed away, and Diddy said what he did. For Cassie, it was the last straw. She made an adult choice and left, like she always could have. And then what happened? Nothing. Pick a message from 2018 and just read it. Just go ahead and read it. These two people loved each other. If racketeering conspiracy had an opposite, it would be their relationship. They were there. They were their best selves when it came to the SEX. Oh, really? That's insane. There were times that Diddy was proud. On the hibbity dibbity, they found each other. It's a beautiful thing. What? No. Okay? On the SEX, they found each other. It's a beautiful thing. So they're in the middle of doing all this stuff, and he's like, oh, you a freak a league too? I'm a freak a league too. A match made in heaven. Oh my gosh. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? What I mean, so far with everything that we've read, what in the F is going on? He's been talking about this for okay. Okay. So on the SEX, on the hibbity dibbity, they found each other. It's a beautiful thing. You won't find a single text where she says, I didn't like that hibbity dibbity. It was an 11-year relationship. The issues were jealousy and other women. but they match up when it comes to the sex. They are swingers. That's it. She was a woman who loved a hibbity-dibbity. And that's beautiful. She is unafraid. But since we talked about that, let's talk about Kid Cudi. He came in here, right? You remember him. I'm not meaning to be judgy, okay? But Cudi comes here and says, Cassie played me. That's because she did. She played them both. Not everyone can do that, by the way. She goes for it. She lied, I think. She lied to Diddy. And she had a relationship with another singer-songwriter under his nose. She's not afraid of him. Was she going to tell either of them? No, probably not. Cassie is keeping it gangsta. Yeah, he really just said, Cassie is keeping it gangsta. That's what's going on. She a little strumpet, two-timing hussy. That's what he's basically saying. Wow. Now she keeping it gangsta. He's been around Diddy too long, okay? He out there just like Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder, just like, yeah. Right? He went to a few hip-hop classes after getting Diddy as a client here, I'm sure. But let's continue on. Okay? Wow. This is bad. This is no bueno. This is no bueno, cabrón. Cabrón, this is no bueno. So far, not good. Let's see how they finish out, though. You know, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Right, Diddy? Anyway, moving on. Bussin', you know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. Vanilla milkshakes. Okay? I drink your milkshake. I drink it up. So, Cassie is keeping it gangster. She's like, I'm just going to lie to both. Cassie gets a burner phone. Finally. That's what you expect in a racketeering case, right? She's the one who got the burner phone. The morning of December 22nd, 2021, the whole thing with Cudi and all that, she had 2 hotel rooms. Wow. That's insane. A room for the burner. She was not going to tell anybody nothing. So let's talk about this racketeering. Ladies and gentlemen, the judge is going to give a legal charge later today, assuming the first one is the 2004 kidnapping of Capricorn Clark. Let's talk about that. She said, I wanted my life back. Capricorn Clark's parents passed away when she was really young. I don't mean any disrespect. She told you that information, and I'm happy she did. Others didn't tell you about their parents. She moved to the Bronx and meets Diddy. She goes super platonic. It was all super platonic. What? I think she means she didn't want it to be platonic. Oh! Shots fired. Shots fired. What? She didn't want it to be platonic. She's out there. You could see it. She says, you know, I had the biggest crush on you. I think we misused our dope chemistry. If she was kidnapped, why does she want to go back and work for the likes of Diddy? She's getting her nails done with Mike B. He's going to be mad at me. She says she called 1440 and said, lock everyone in. She got the lie detector test, and Mike B did too. How was she kidnapped if she went home every single day? Is the government alleging 5 separate kidnappings? I mean, Polly drove her home. Door-to-door kidnapping? Really? The SDNY is charging this as kidnapping. Come on. It's not kidnapping. You guys come here after day after day, long days, and then you come back the next. Excuse me, but let me ask you, have you been kidnapped? No. At the time, Diddy is on a Broadway show called Raisin in the Sun. He's also at the same time running Vote or Die. He couldn't care less about this. The lie detector was a former FBI agent. Now, here's the thing. We got to stop here. He's got a very good point right there. Okay? Right here, Capricorn Clark, that's very true. Are they charging him with 5 separate kidnappings every single time she went into that room? Because she went home after every single lie detector test thing that she did. They have a good point there. I'm sorry, guys. Like I said, I'm going to call like I see it. And right there, I'm like, ooh, good point. Even though, it's kind of like a rant that he's doing. You know what I mean? He's kind of all over the place, like birdshot. Right there, he's got a solid point. Right there. So as far as the kidnapping, I don't know about that. But we'll see. Okay? We'll see if that sticks. But he's got a solid point right there. He's like, yo, you guys get to go home every single day. You mean to tell me that you've been kidnapped too? Come on, y'all. Come on. Capricorn Clark went home every single day. She got picked up and dropped off and brought back home at the end of every single time that she did her lie detector. So you mean she just got 5 separate kidnappings? Come on now. Come on. That's a little bit of a stretch, yo. But the other parts of him saying, oh, no, she wanted to be with him. It's, she was in love with him. Maybe she was. But it feels like they're trying to put together, erect, pun intended, but trying to put together a storyline of she was a person that was a jealous person because she had romantic feelings for somebody that maybe didn't have romantic feelings back. Right? So I can see that for sure too. I see what they're trying to build here. Some of it is not flying. But the stuff about her being held against her will, they got a good point there. So let's continue on. Why charge? Okay. Come to whatever answer you think is the right answer. Capricorn leaves for a year. She makes more money on the other job. Then she suddenly comes back. Next, Sean and Cassie are having a freak off. It's December 22nd, 2011. Cassie has 2 hotel rooms. Diddy looks at her non-burner phones, sees a message with CC about Cudi. Maybe called Scott in the text messages, something about hiking, right? Why would he have a weapon? Why would he have a pew-pew? He goes and gets Capricorn. Why? She would do anything for him. Go to the freaking moon if she had to. He didn't need a weapon. He didn't have a weapon. Cudi said Cassie told Cudi that Cassie already told Diddy. Are you following me? Diddy has nothing to gain by having a weapon and everything to lose. He has nothing to gain and has everything to lose by having a weapon in his possession. He's already at this point Diddy. Capricorn would love to have stayed employed if he pulled a weapon on her. No way. Because it didn't happen. There was no weapon. Cudi didn't say that Capricorn said Combs had a weapon because there was no gun. Okay, we're going to work a little bit backwards here, okay? Cudi didn't tell the police about a weapon, by the way. It was written up as a trespass. That's it. There was no gun. Capricorn's story falls apart. Okay, so there was a car chase. Or was there? Cudi pulled up next to an Escalade, quote unquote. That's at least what he said as a witness on the stand. He said that, right? There was no car chase. The judge is going to say you can disregard any witness if you find something not credible. If you see fit, it's all you need. Seems like everything is possible with Capricorn Clark, right? I asked her, she said, I came up here with Puff. I want to run away. I'm afraid of mountain lions. Mountain lions? What? I'm not saying that they're not scary, but if you were kidnapped with a weapon, no. She doesn't want to say. She doesn't want to say, I went there on my own volition. I'm not saying Diddy didn't go there. That he wanted to fight him. Fine. Mother effer. Diddy is not a coward. He's ready to fight. At the risk of being sexist, they are men. They fight. We're going to have a good old-fashioned 8 a.m. Hollywood Hills John Wayne fight. The Porsche? And making it go up in flames? That's not his style. There's no evidence of that. Who else would do it? No evidence. Burning a car is cowardice. Be a man and fight him. What's in the car? A Molotov cocktail. Why not show you the mother-loving glove? I'm suggesting something. Yes, I am. The investigation stunk. It's terrible. 2 fingerprints, and then what happened? Well, I don't know. You're going to have to determine his fate on arson. On this, the DNA was consistent with a female contributor. The witness was not helpful at all with this. If it had come back consistent with Diddy, they would have bragged about it. Investigator Jimenez never followed up on it. He tried to find Cassie. Jimenez said Capricorn Clark's brother obstructed him and fought with him. I'm not saying Capricorn did it or that Cassie did it. We're not here to solve the world's problems. Cassie's father didn't call him back. The witness was mad. Shoot, draw your own conclusions, y'all. Here's an email, as you can see. Why is she calling him Sean Puffy Combs? For some later proof? She doesn't deserve. She doesn't mention any car. Forget it. Let's turn to the London hotel. If you want to go to someone's house, it's not kidnapping. It's unfair. Cassie is public too. She's a public figure as well. Remember, Cassie also didn't want the tape out. She had a movie coming out. She had a lot of things riding on that movie. Let's go back to what was said about the hotel staff maybe leaking the footage. They were worried about publicity, not a misdemeanor. And guess what happened? It was sold. The police were nowhere near this situation. Is Diddy acting like a fool? Calling Cassie and saying the police are about to arrest him? She's freezing him out, as she should. He's just trying to get her attention. He leaves, goes to her apartment, starts banging on her door, maybe with a hammer. Kerry Morgan said, that's why the police came. A neighbor called. The Intercontinental has no police, period. So he cannot be guilty of bribery under California law, as the judge will tell you as well. We got to pause on that. First, a quick water break. Let me just say this. What he's saying here is trash. Okay? It's because the bribery still happened. And there's still information of him actually, paying a guy to get rid of the footage. The guy showed up, pulled up to the guy's house to where Diddy was staying. They counted the money right in front of him. He got the money. He split up the money with himself and a couple other people in the security staff. So the bribery still actually happened. So for him to sit there and try to gloss over that, I don't know if he goes back to that and talks about it, but that actually did happen. All right. Like, and the fact that they're sitting here saying all of this information was to kind of like, hold on. They're trying to like pin this on this man. Like they're trying to set things up. Like I said, for some later proof. Like that's insane. So again, I get what they're doing here. They're trying to sprinkle in reasonable doubt, sprinkle in that maybe they were all after him in a diabolical fashion, right? That they're all just going to be like, well, he's a butthole. Let's take him down. So let's start a dialogue and a narrative right now, and let's get Kid Cudi involved. I don't think that. Okay? I don't see that. Okay? I personally don't. And why Kid Cudi of all people? He ain't with her anymore. And that relationship ended quickly, right? As soon as the car went up in flames, even before the car went up in flames, he was like, my name's Bennett and I ain't in it. Bye-bye. Deuces, right? So this is very interesting, right? And the fact that he's saying that he cannot be guilty of bribery under California law, it still happened, though. The bribery still happened, though. So that's weak sauce, in my opinion, okay? So let us continue on. Let me grab some of these super chats, though, really quick. I appreciate everybody for being here. Thank you so very much. Okay. I got a bunch, so let me just get like 3 of these really quick. So, DC, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Diddy is a menace to society. Keep him in jail. We'll find out. We'll find out if he gets kept in jail. Tamara, thank you so much. I appreciate it. There's no one standing up for this man. Silence is golden. Yeah, I mean, the only people that are standing up for Diddy right now are his legal team, and that's it. Oh, and you got a few people out there going free Puff, and some of y'all in the chat, right? But there are no celebrities that I know of so far that have come out and said, "Yo, free him." They're trying to take a black man down, whatever they might say. We haven't heard any of that. Hollywood has stayed very quiet about this, but I'm telling you right now, they're all going to be coming out the woodwork if he's found not guilty. Wait for it. They're all going to be like, I knew he was innocent, man. Watch. I knew they were just trying to take a black man down. Wait for it. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. If he is found not guilty, I think they have some serious charges here that he is most definitely guilty of, but we'll see what happens. Wilder things have happened, and, money makes people do weird things. Yes, I said it. Like I said, money makes people do crazy things. Tamara, thank you so much. I already said no. The only one supporting Diddy is Kanye. Yep, you're right. He's the only one so far. I forgot about that. Kanye is the only one. But he also, yep, you said on a downward spiral. We lost him. Now more than ever, when people say, I miss the old Kanye, me too. I really, really miss the old Kanye. He gone, though. He far gone. He gone. Jojo, thank you so much for the love. I really do appreciate the super sticker. Thank you so much for watching in Canada. Do you have your passports? Do you have your shots? Oh, by the way, I'm going to get to the other ones. I promise. Tamara sent a bunch of super chats. I appreciate it. We're going to get to them. I promise. But do me a favor, okay? Comment in the chat where you are watching the show from, where you're commenting from, okay? What state, what country, etc. Let me know, okay? And don't be mean and be like, I'm commenting from USA. No, I want to know what state you're calling, that you're watching from, okay? That'd be greatly appreciated. That is true. Stacy, you ain't wrong. When you're in trouble, only real friends will stand with you. Absolutely. And Kanye and Diddy are close. From what we understand, Kanye and Diddy are cool with each other. Okay. We got everybody from UK to Michigan, Florida, Los Angeles. Shout out to shout out to everybody. But Ottawa, Canada, yeah, Kentucky, Washington, Colorado, San Francisco, Wales, UK. Oh, interesting. London. This is very cool. We are international as hell up in this place. I love it. So many people from so many different walks of lives, all in one room. Germany, Hamburg, Germany, right? Yeah, the Germans. Sie bleiben zu Hause. But yes. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? I know a little bit of German. But this is very cool. Yeah. Skull, you ain't wrong with that though. Okay. Yeah, the old we do have he is old now. So we missed the young Kanye. You're right. Okay. We missed the Kanye from back in the day. All right. He gone though. He far gone. And I'm upset with Bianca. I'm gonna say it. I don't care. Because I don't think she's helping him. That's just what I feel. I know that's a left turn with the Diddy stuff, but I truly think that she's not trying to help him. It's just getting worse for him, y'all. Okay? Real talk. Thank you so much for letting me know where you guys are all watching the show from. South America. Wow, that's amazing. Sweden. That's incredible. That's incredible. But Tamara, thank you so much. Diddy denied he DV'd until the case came out. You're absolutely right. He is a liar. Also, the DV in the hotel was her escaping from a freak off. That is teeing. Absolutely. That's exactly what the prosecution is trying to prove, that this is indeed STing when she's getting dragged back in by her hair and all that. That is insane, right? But let us continue going. Yeah, Sabrina, we got some international love. It's dope. It's dope. You guys are all incredible. So I appreciate every single last one of y'all here. And don't worry, we're going to go back to the super chats here in a second or in a little bit. Let me just get a dent in more of this stuff, okay? So they say, oh, he maybe was banging on Cassie's door with a hammer, and he may not have, right? Carrie Morgan said that's why the police came. A neighbor called. The Intercontinental has no police record of police showing up, apparently. He cannot be guilty of bribery under California law, as the judge will tell you. But he still bought that footage. He did. And there's proof of that. We had a witness come in. Eddie, my angel, right? Eddie, my angel, right? Seriously, that's not good. But let's continue on. And when Mia, the witness who's testified as Mia, said she was out of Skrilla money, they should have told you that. Sean was concerned about Cassie suing him. He was not aware of any federal investigation. That's BS. Okay, sorry. If there was one. So it's not obstruction. So he's trying to stave off a lawsuit. And when it comes to Jane, he still might. So Shall we break here? That's what the judge says. So he goes, that'll be fine. And then they come back. I don't want to object, but he asked the jury to ask why the prosecutors charged as they did. We needed a curative instruction after the break. He told the jury that the Intercontinental was a misdemeanor. Curative instruction. He told the jury Diddy was charged with arson. That's not the case. It's a RICO predicate. Mr. Agnifilo, that's what the judge says. I'm going to get to the RICO. On the rest, it's fair comment. It's fair comment, Judge. You said, why charge a kidnapping? You can ask that. I think I'm allowed to be sarcastic. That's what I'm doing here. And the Intercontinental hotel video, it's a state matter, not federal. It's fair comment. Can the government propose? And then prosecution says, yes, after the break. So they go on. So do you have proposed language? So the prosecution says, yes. Ms. Steiner has emailed the defense our proposed curative instructions. Mr. Agnifilo, the judge says, Mr. Agnifilo, those three were glossy, improper, were grossly improper. Just to be blunt about it, the jury is not to speculate about the charge. I will tell them it would be improper for you to consider that. You are to disregard the comments. So he says, we do not object yesterday. We did not object yesterday since you called out Mr. Agnifilo. And then the judge says, I didn't call out anything. There was an objection. So Ms. Slavic told the jury there might have been weapons at freak-offs. There's no evidence of that. This is what Shapiro said. And that's outrageous. No one is doing anything improper. The judge says, you made no record yesterday. Here, I'm not giving the multiple instructions, just one. Shapiro says, we ask you do that at the end, not now. It will suggest Mr. Agnifilo did something improper. It's needed now. Let's get our jury. So then Sean Combs is leaning over and he's whispering to Mark Agnifilo, who is taking a note. All rise. So they come in. Before the break, it is suggested that you should consider why this was charged, that it's not proper. Okay. I will be instructing you on the law. Mr. Agnifilo, okay. Now we'll talk about Mia. She loved working for Diddy. This was not forced labor. Remember the birthday video we showed you guys? She was bubbly, practically popping. That's the real her. You're free to conclude she put on an act here. If Diddy felt it was improper, he would not threaten to tell Cassie. It was consensual. When Mia says it was not consensual, she's not telling the full truth. There was no unwanted sexual conduct. Mia's feelings were not platonic. Mr. Steele questioned her about these wonderful pictures and slogans. Effusive? Effusive. Not just a job. This is a demonstrative. You can't take it into the jury room. Consider the scrapbook she made. Consider that scrapbook that she made. I'm going to read it to you. Happy 45th birthday, Puff. This is from 1991 to 1999. I hope it stirs up nostalgic feelings. How great you've become. She loved you. You can't fake that. That's real. Don't leave sight of that. is not just business. He gives people a home. Look at this picture. Think of a word that comes to your mind. Joy. There's KK. D-Rock. Fahim. I guess there's a photo of the staff. He created a remarkably special place. He moved people in their hearts and souls. When Mia told she was being fired, that she was going to leave that special place, Mia, what does she say? My life is over. KK, OMG, WTF, Mia. That's not funny. The racketeering co-conspirator KK writes, Mia, answer your phone or I'm going to call your parents. Last thing she wanted to do was leave. And it's forced labor? Let's turn to the substance distribution. The U.S. said personal use is a distraction, or I guess is a distribution. Maybe that's what they meant. Brendan Paul said they were personal use substances. He said he forgot to take the yayo out of my bag. He said, I got the best lawyer in the world and my charges were dismissed. That's what he said. Diddy was not selling substances. Cassie said Diddy, was an addict. How is he supposed to get them? Grow his own Xanax? Did he have substances? Yes, he did, of course. They found it in his house. Was he using his enterprise to distribute substances? No. You're going to have to think through all of this. Didn't Mia go work for Madonna after Diddy? That's how people use personal assistants. I don't expect we're going to be seeing Beyonce at CVS, right? The assistants go and they buy the Astroglide. It's not what the company is doing. It's not a racketeering act. Okay? And now I'm going to RICO. So he's like, yeah, you ain't going to see Madonna. You ain't going to see Jay-Z, Beyonce inside a CVS or a McDonald's trying to get a vanilla milkshake. Okay? You ain't. You're going to see an assistant go get it because you know for a fact there's going to be chaos if they were. Or imagine Diddy going into a CVS or a Walmart to go get Astroglide and some prophylactics. Imagine that. Everybody and their mama would be like, yo, he's out here holding a bottle of lube and a box of Jimmy hats. What the hell's going on? And he'd be on the front page of Page 6 and TMZ, right? Looks like Diddy's off to having a wild night. He was caught inside a Walmart holding a box of prophylactics and Astroglide. You know what I mean? So I get it. That's their job. But at the same time, this was different. It's not like, hey, I need you to go and get a couple quarter pounders with cheese and such and such. Oh, no. No. This is boxes of Astroglide, estual material, and whatnot, right? But let's continue, shall we? Let's continue. So he says, I'm going over to the RICO, okay? There's no evidence of possession with intent to distribute these substances. David James said in Saint-Tropez, he's asked to get an 8-ball of yayo. I asked him, anything to do with Diddy? Did that have anything to do with Diddy? He said no. He kept it from him. Why would he hide it if it wasn't for him? It's people in creative fields doing what people in creative fields do. That's not racketeering. I'm going to talk about Cassie really quick. Can you ST your own girlfriend? Maybe if you push them into pro work, but he's not making any money from it. He ain't pimping her out. Jane actually has some texts that are very anti-hotel night. Cassie, though, she doesn't. These people were in love. People were having relations. Let's say your partner wants to do something and you don't. Where does that actually land? Cassie wanted this, including to be close. It's like, my wife is from Los Angeles. I hated LA. Now I love LA. Sorry. That's just how it happens. Cassie, she's a beautiful, sexy person. She was with Michael B. Jordan, like the most handsome man in the world. I mean, you know, I don't know about all that, but okay. Okay. She's not messing around. Cassie's not clutching her pearls. This is how I am intimate with the man I love. You could come to love that eventually. You want to be close. Yesterday, they said something. They said some she might have wanted. Some of these freak offs she might have wanted. Oh, they say Khan, Daniel Phillips, and the Intercontinental. If she liked 75, can number 76 be STing? Talk about going 0 to 60, right? Nothing said to him. She doesn't want to even do these again. Mr. Donaldson cross-examined Daniel Phillips. Let's look at the text, shall we? Sean says, "Are you horny?" She says, "Yes." Talks about fantasies. That is their lifestyle. She writes, "I'm not going to do too many of these. My mother would." She writes, "My hoo-ha is so hot." They are going to do, they are doing, I think they're going through this together. They're going through this together. And now I'm going to play a part of that video. In this Intercontinental video, it's more likely than not, it is Diddy's phone. Here she is. I'm not going to show you him throwing her down. You've seen it. I'm not hiding that from you, though. Now there's a phone. And here now, a well-known man sitting in his towel and socks. Looks like Cassie is saying, "You're being a fool." Go back to the room. Look at it. It looks to me like she says, "Go back to the effing room." There's nothing scary in the room then. There's nothing in the room. There's nothing scary in the room. Then 5 days later, he texts, "I'm so sorry." She replies, "LOL. I was just listening to sorry." They are obviously getting over it. Cassie writes to Sean, "How do I know if the substances are going to be bad? Or you'll drink way too much?" This is about the hotel. Cassie told you sometimes she would hit him first. They are in this together, guys. Okay? She says there was an R word, that she was R'd. That did not happen. It is not charged. She was asked and said, "He R'd me." But there wasn't a lot of lead up. Maybe what she claims didn't happen. Cassie wrote to Diddy. Cassie is with her current husband at this time. Something ends up happening. She wrote, I told myself I didn't want anything to happen. But I'm not tripping on it. I know you aren't either. She gets a FaceTime. Boogie Bat Phone is her husband. Boogie Bat Phone is her husband. Diddy writes, you act like a broken-hearted angel. You need to stop living your lie. Cassie says, I don't know what that was. I was saying thank you for last night, and I enjoyed it. The oldest trick. I don't know how Alex found out, but she says R word. That's insane. Do you see what they're spinning? Do you see what they're spinning? Oh, she was with her man, her now husband at the time. But then she got caught. So she spun it to make it seem like, no. I got in trouble. I was in a situation I didn't want to be in. I was R'd. So they're trying to spin it because she doesn't want to lose her man. And he found out, and he, of course, would be upset finding out, like, what's going on here? Why are you talking to Diddy in this way? And then for her to sit there and go, I was R'd. That's what they're trying to spin here, y'all. Woo! But also at the same time, I had a feeling they were going to spin this. I think we talked about this during her testimony. I think I remember saying something like, are they going to try to make it seem like she is saying this to save face from her now husband? That no matter what, she can't deny this man. She is actually fused with Diddy, if that makes any sense. Some will say trauma bond. Some will just say that they just have some strange, animalistic, innate attraction towards each other. And that maybe she's pulling this stuff out right now with this situation because she doesn't want to lose the man that she's with, who is going to be her future husband and the future father of her children. That's diabolical, y'all. I mean, I get it. I see what they're pointing out. It makes sense. It's just diabolical. Okay? The spin that they're doing here does make sense. It is just diabolical. And I'm wondering if the jury is going to actually eat that up. Okay? I'm wondering if they're going to eat that up because that is mucked up. Okay? That's insane. So let's move on. So see, I don't know how Alex found out, but then she says R word, right? There's no evidence of an R. She had consensual relations with him even after that crime happened, right? I have to defend this. It is in the case, but it is not charged. Cassie was asked, what kind of pain did he put you through? She spoke about his own personal pain, his shame. It's beautiful. She said he felt pain. And most painful to me was carrying around his shame. Jane says, almost the same doggone thing. I felt my partner was trusting me in a very vulnerable moment. I wanted to go along. If I can be my partner's escape. Jane says, I'm getting vulnerable with you in this hotel room. I don't want to see Young Miami on a bigger yacht with you. That's not STing. If you get deep into this deep self, this is not STing. It's people in love being real. So they said, okay, we're going to go till, I was going to 1. If now he says, I'm okay, I was going to turn to Jane. We can break. And then they go on a break till 1:45. He says, I think I have an hour left. Okay. So I'll charge it 4 or even 5, they said. The judge says. Interesting. And then they go on a break. What's very interesting about this, hold on. I am very interested. You know, this is interesting. How do you think he's doing now? In the very beginning, it's almost comical, right? But now, though, I can see the arguments that they're putting up. But I think some of it's diabolical. I'm going to be real. You know, and here's the thing. Allie just said he's disgusting. You know what's really interesting though? That's his job. Yeah, that's his job to be disgusting. That's his job to say the things that we don't want him to say, but they are important to this trial. He has to play dirty to throw in that reasonable doubt. Literally. Because there's no way, because let's think about this. The R that happened to Cassie, right? How else is he supposed to react to that? Aside from being like, there's no proof of it. There's no evidence of it, right? Now, I think he's trying to, like I said, he's playing dirty so he can get that reasonable doubt planted in the head of every single one of those jurors in that jury pool. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's like, well, she went back and had relations with him even after the crime happened. So why would she say suddenly out of nowhere that it's R, right? Let's just talk about the R. You know what I mean? Why would she suddenly say it's R? She shouldn't be saying it's R. That's ridiculous for her to say that it's R. That's reckless. These are two people that wanted to be with each other. This thing happened. She was still also with her man, with Alex Fine, her husband now. But she cheated on her husband, her future husband, with Diddy twice. He finds out. She claims one of them was R. Is it to protect herself? Maybe. Or it could be the truth. So certain things like this, it's like, okay, he trying to, he's throwing in the dirt. He's definitely throwing in dirt. He's definitely trying to sprinkle in reasonable doubt and all that, for sure. I don't agree with it. I'm going to be real. Let me be here, because this is the epitome of victim blaming for sure. But I don't believe it. Okay. But I know that there's some other people out here that will think that will believe or say, yo, she lie. She straight up lie. Stop the cap. She straight lie. Right? We'll see about that. We'll see if that kind of stuff is going to stick with the jury, because that's some serious stuff, right? But then, near the end, when he was like, I'm about to get into the Jane Doe stuff, because the Jane Doe stuff was sticky. But still, what's crazy is that he's like, yo, this was people who were in love with each other and they were acting real. You have jealousy going on. You have a girl who wanted to, like a Jane Doe that wanted to only be with Diddy and only with Diddy, or she wanted him to have her be his one and only, when he made it abundantly clear in the very beginning that, hey, like, I see other girls. I got a treasure trove of women. Just letting you know, you part of it. And if you're cool with it, you'll be taken care of. But that's about it. If you're not cool with it, we had a good time. I'm going to keep it moving because I got other women. I got options, right? High value man type thing, right? So they're trying to spin on she's jealous. This is a jealous woman, and she's doing, hath no fury like a woman scorned, right? And that's the approach I see that they're going with right here. Okay, which is crazy. Now, is that working? Is that sticking with y'all? Or do you think it's just a mess? Now, in the very, very beginning, he was messy for sure. The mocking, the sarcasm. Oh, thank God they took the one pill off the streets and the bottles and boxes of Astroglide and baby oil. Thank you so much. Now the kids can roam the streets again. They can play in the fields again. We are safe as Americans because the Astroglide is gone, right? But as later on, he's got some points here. He does. Just like prosecution. Prosecution had some solid points. Very solid points. Okay? But he is coming in and he is casting so much reasonable doubt that some of this is going to stick to the jury. Some of it will. Okay? Like talking about the arson and the kidnapping. Sorry to say it, but the arson and the kidnapping. That is something I feel like they're going to be talking about ad nauseum and saying, yeah, the arson, no, because there's no proof. I still believe he did it, but I don't think there's any proof left around. There's no evidence. Okay. And then the keeping somebody against their will. What did he say? He's got a point there. He's got hard points. Sorry, but he's got a strong point. Wait a second. You mean to tell me that if somebody goes, like you're coming in to the courtroom and then you leave, are we kidnapping you every single day? Are we kidnapping you every single day? You come in here and then you go back home. Are we kidnapping you and re-releasing you every single day? She goes into a room to do her lie detector test for 5 days straight, but she is going back home every single night, safe and sound, and then picked up, put in a nice car, driven to the lie detector test area, doing it again, and going back home. So she did that 5 days in a row. They're doing that. She's been kidnapped 5 days. Is it 5 separate kidnapping charges? What's going on here? That doesn't make any sense. Here's the other part that was a good point though too. I mean, like I said, even though his stuff was a mess and comical, there's some other things that he was saying in here that do make sense. And I could see them, the jury, going into the room and being like, we need to deliberate. We need to talk about this ish, yo. Here's something else. He said this, and this is wild. I wonder if I can find it. But he had a good point when he said it. He's like, yo, when you're in a relationship, and this is the part I don't agree with. I still think when it's like, when he said, if she liked 75, all 75 freak-offs, and then all of a sudden 76, she didn't like it, can that be STing? I honestly think it can be. I personally do think that, okay? But I see his point. I see what he's pointing out here. He's like, talk about going 0 to 60 real quick. But again, you got to talk about the elements of RSA, etc. I still believe that you could be with somebody, yeah, it could be 75. And then all of a sudden 76, you say no, and the person's like, oh, come on, and he's still, going at it. That's R. Still is. Now, some of these women were literally, some of them, or Jane Doe at least, and Cassie, were bamboozled. They're getting on a plane. They're thinking that it's going to be them two. For example, Jane Doe was getting on a plane. Thing is just going to be them. You know what I mean? Just the two of us, right? And then she'd land and he'd be like, oh, I got Sly on the way. Oh, I got Paul on the way. Anton and his juicy hog. He coming too. You see what I'm saying? And she's like, I didn't even know. Wait a second. I thought I was just coming in to spend some time with you one-on-one. What the hell? When you hear prosecution say it, they're like, that is STing. He conned some of these women. Listen, no. It's just going to be you and me, babe. No. You and me time. Promise. It's going to be relaxing. It's just going to be you and me. We're going to do our thing. Okay. We might be able to do a little movie night. You feel me? But that's it. We're just going to do us. It's just going to be you and me. I promise. She gets on the plane. Okay. I'm on the plane. And then she lands. She gets alerts. Suddenly, yeah, I got Sly on the way. Get ready. And the chef might be coming through too. It's not good. That's not good. Just saying. So it doesn't matter. To me, I see his point here, but it doesn't matter. You can do 100, a million of them. In 1,000,001, that person says no, and you're like, come on, let's keep doing it. And you keep doing it. That is a crime, in my personal opinion. Okay? But that is a conversation that they're going to have to debate in the conversation. Here's another piece that I thought was interesting. What did he say? Yes. So he's like, right here. Jane has some texts that are very anti-hotel night. Cassie, she doesn't. Okay? People are in love. People have relations. Let's say your partner wants to do something and you don't. Then you don't do it. Real talk. Or the person ends up doing it because they want to make you happy. But this is the gray. See? This is the gray, right? Let's say your partner wants to do something and you don't. Where does that land? Gray. Smart move, what he did here. Okay? Cassie wanted this, including to be close with Diddy. So he's like, it's like my wife is from LA. I hated LA. Now I love LA. Sorry, but that's how it happens. Cassie, a beautiful, sexy person. She's with Michael B. Jordan, the most handsome man in the world. And she's not messing around. She can get the guys. Cassie's not clutching her pearls. This is how I am intimate with the man I love. You could come to love that eventually. You want to be close with the person that you love. Gray. See that? He is just literally painting gray. Going, whoop, gray, enjoy, gray. Let's paint this wall gray as hell, right? It'll be up to the jury to make a decision on whether there is a crime, if this is, if what Diddy did here is illegal or not. But I still personally believe that when somebody is saying, I don't want to do this at all, please stop putting me in this situation. Please stop making me do certain things that I don't want to do. You listen to them. I don't think you just go and go, oh, come on, babe, just, let me do that one thing. And it's like, she don't want to do it. It doesn't matter how many times you beg. How are you going to,
at all?
how are you going to actually feel like that is consensual acts? How can you even enjoy it? I mean, some people are diabolical and people are crazy, but I'm just saying, in general, how are you going to sit there and be like, yeah, I can't wait to do this hibbity-dibbity act with you when you ain't even enjoying it? That's some crazy stuff, y'all. That's other level crazy, in my personal opinion. But like I said, and also, let me say this too. He's comparing moving to LA because he wants to be closer to his now wife to freak offs. Think about that. Someone who goes, I hate LA. Now I've learned to love it, right? Now I've learned to appreciate and love it. He's literally comparing being forced into rooms with random men, getting ran through, to him moving to LA because he hated LA and now he loves LA. And he also said, oh yeah, you can come to learn to love doing these freak offs. Really? I feel like if somebody didn't want to do the freak offs in the first place, I don't think you just learn to love it. In fact, these women are saying that they did these freak offs. At first, they loved it. At first, they were cool with it, and it was fun being a little risque and a little freak-a-leak. But then later, hated very beginning, sounds like you were going to hate it near the end. That is a form of grooming, is that not? So I'm sorry, like, I see his points. I see the gray. But when you think about it, it's like you are literally comparing moving to LA to be with somebody who loves you unconditionally and doing freak offs with somebody who's actually putting their hands on them if they don't do what he says he wants them to do, or applying them with substances. And then they're getting ran through. Let me just say this again. They're getting ran through, not only just for like an hour, not for like just a little moment here and there. These are days on end acrobatic acts with their vajayjay, guys. Real talk. Real talk. That's crazy. That's a lot. That's a lot, baby. Hamburger. Yeah, petite. How fitting. Petite. Yes, it does. Sound painful as hell, right? So again, I just think I see his points. And this is the thing. It's going to be how the jury absorbs it. They're going to see all the gray. They're definitely going to see all the gray. He's painting out the gray very good. It's a very good job. His comparisons, I see what he's talking about. I just don't think that they stick, in my personal opinion. But most definitely the gray, he's painting out the reasonable doubt. He's painting out the questions. He's putting in, and I told you guys before that they were going to play in the sea of gray. Okay? He's going to be surfing in that sea of gray, and that's exactly what he's doing. That's his job. That's what he's getting paid, millions and millions of dollars to go in there and do his thug thizzle. But now the question still remains. Is this going to stick with the jury? Is this weak sauce or no? That's the question. Is this a strong argument or no? Now, here's the thing. I am going to go and take a quick little break. I need to make a sandwich or something like that because your boy is hungry. I'm going to read through some of these super chats here really quick, okay? And I'm going to take like a 10-minute break so I can get some food, and then I'll be back. We got Law and Crime, the incredible Law and Crime, coming into they're live right now talking about the coverage of this closing statement. So stick around. I'm not going anywhere yet. I'm going through these super chats here really, really quick. Okay. And then I'm taking a quick about 8 to 10 minute break just so I can get some food, stretch my legs, and do my thug thizzle. But let me get these. Tamara, thank you so much for all of the next 4 super chats. So Diddy made the parents take out $20,000. Yep, the extortion. They have not talked about the extortion yet. At least defense has not. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they say in response to that, because he did that. See, that's the thing. The things that he's been caught red-handed doing, they're not denying those things. They're not denying those things at all. I just want to make that abundantly clear. They're not denying those, okay? And then send it to his accountant, okay? Criminal enterprise, proven. You got a point there. Again, threats of Cassie's tapes being released. Absolutely. Coercion, 110%. We can wrap this case up and go home. Well, maybe not. But I see your point. You are not wrong with these points here. Threatening someone's livelihood is psychological. Psychological for kidnapping. Yes, the threat. But that's the thing. Was Cassie threatened? Was her livelihood threatened when she was staying at that London hotel, healing from when he attacked her viciously? That is something that I think needs to be answered, right? Threats are mob behavior tactics. I live in Montreal. Ooh, Montreal, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful place. And the mob is real here. I bet the mob is real out here too. Okay. The 2 Utes, right? The 2 Utes. But moving on. DC, thank you so much for the love. I wish some of Diddy's songs were used as evidence. Oh, hell no. Oh, God. Unless he's like, and that's why I buried that man's body in the gutter or whatever the hell. You know what I mean? Like it would have to be smoking gun lyrics being like, this is how I took that man's life, right? Here's the longitude, latitude. Here, the, you know what I mean? Like, it would have to be something so smoking gun. Okay. Right. But I also want to know, see, Mo just said, what songs though? Yeah. What songs, DC? I'd like to know. You know what I mean? I'd like to know. Something interesting. Denny, thank you so much. But it is something to think about. But I feel like unless it's literally like, imagine Brian Koberger making a song about what he did, right? Like, yeah, I would love for Brian Koberger to have that as evidence. I would love for the state to bring that in as evidence against Brian Koberger. Okay, it's like, and you know, DJ Coco. You know what I mean? Just sitting there. That'd be hilarious. Not hilarious, but that'd be wild, right? Him just being like, and then I walked into the room, and that, you know what I mean? And then I heard a boom. You know what I'm saying? It was just like smoking gun evidence. If they were being, you know, if they were using that, like, you know what I mean? Then I would use it. But if it's just a song like "Murder Was the Case That They Gave Me," then you can't really use that. I know that's not Diddy, but you know what I'm saying, right? You can't really use that against somebody, right? Oh, the song with Diddy and oh, okay. Well, I know that Diddy, Kanye, Northwest, didn't they just come out with a song just like yesterday, which is pretty insane as well? Okay, but I haven't heard the song yet. I'm going to have to hear it and see what's going on. But anyway, S-Dubs, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. And thank you so much for being one of the many incredible mods in the chat, right? You're running vanilla shakes for me. Stop. Everyone hit the like, please. Yes, hit the like, though, please. Definitely. Madam, thank you so much, madam. Deflecting is the enemy, I'm sorry, of truth. You aren't wrong with that, too. That is true. There is a lot of deflecting being seen in there, for sure. There's most definitely a whole lot of deflection. It has been insane, just hearing everything. But I tell you what, guys, this has been a very interesting morning so far. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how they wrap this up. I will probably be putting up a poll here in just a little bit to hear your thoughts on this, just to hear what you think, if you agree, okay? If you think that the defense has been strong, right, or not, with their closing arguments. We're going to be putting that in here too, okay? But of course, let me do this too before I forget. We have some other updates. We got some updates in the Brian Koberger case. Let me grab that so that you have that here. So go check that out if you need something to listen to or watch. If you are following the Idaho 4 case, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Like I said, I just need to make a quick sandwich, stretch my legs, and I'll be back in about 10. Okay, but I'm watching this. I'm watching y'all. Okay, I definitely want to hear their thoughts on everything that's going on here as well. Hold on, guys. Okay. Enjoy. Anjanette Levy is in the house instead of Jesse Weber. I'm sure he just needed a day off. I don't blame him. But I'll see you guys in just a minute. So sit tight. I'll be right back.
The Southern District of New York in Manhattan. He is charged with racketeering conspiracy. Second District of New York in Manhattan. He is charged with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Sean Combs says he is not guilty of all of these charges, but the government says he committed all of these acts. And now it will soon be up to the jury to evaluate all of the evidence and look at all of it and determine whether he is not guilty or guilty of the charges. We are going to be taking your questions as we always do during the lunch hour. So please drop them in the chat there in YouTube, and our great panel will get to all of them. But before we get to that, I want to check in with Sierra Gillespie. She is outside of the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Elizabeth Milner is inside the courthouse, and she'll be joining us in just a little bit to tell us what's been going on inside the courtroom. So Sierra, tell me, a good afternoon, first of all, what has been going on outside of court this morning? Have we seen any hoopla?
Hi, Anjanette. I'm always keeping an eye out for hoopla, and I haven't seen much. However, I will tell you, yesterday we talked, and it was more somber here. You know, it was closings from the government, and we were expecting something. And I think the crowd is kind of mirroring what's going on inside of the courtroom, right? So the government's closings, according to reports, are kind of methodical and slow and, you know, not a lot of emotion. And that was the crowd yesterday. But today, we're hearing Marco Niffolo is in there, and he's loud, and he's making jokes, and he's saying things that are kind of off the wall. And I think the crowd has responded to that in a way. I mean, already when I got here at 8 o'clock this morning, there were lines out the door waiting for people to get inside to hopefully get a spot inside the courtroom or maybe even the overflow room. And I have seen some of those people we spoke about yesterday, you know, the people who are wearing the hats or the t-shirts that say Free Puffy. And kind of surprisingly, the most crowds I've seen have been for a Britney Spears movement. People are still talking about her conservatorship. At first, I thought it was related to P. Diddy, one could assume. But as I took a closer look, it was really about Britney Spears. So that's kind of what we got going on today.
Yeah, that's kind of odd because Britney is free as far as we know. You know,
Britney
she's no
free.
longer.
Yeah,
she is free. She's been free for a while now, so maybe they just are carrying the torch for that for some reason. I do want to talk to you a little bit about who we are seeing now showing up at the courthouse. We know throughout the trial, of course, there's the big overflow room that we've always heard about. There are journalists showing up every day to cover this trial, social media influencers, YouTubers, people like that. But now you said you're seeing more people showing up. Are there more people showing up? And right now on our screen, obviously, we're seeing Sean Combs's daughters showing up to court. But I want to talk to you specifically right now about the other people showing up to court. You know, you see Free Britney people, Free Puffy people. Are you seeing more people gathering at the courthouse in anticipation of a verdict, who want to be a part of this and see what's going on inside court?
Yeah, I think we definitely have seen that. I mean, where I'm at right now, we have been camped out since the start of the trial, and many other news organizations have been too. Beside me, there's live hits going on right over here and down the line. So all up and down here, there are, you know, reputable reporters. We're talking like CNN or ABC, NBC. I was actually speaking with a man from BBC earlier. So this has gone international. But not only have we seen people like that, we've also seen, to your point, Anjanette, live streamers. So many people have their phones with them and they're, you know, like this all the time, talking and trying to interview. As I've been on the live streams earlier this morning with Chris Stewart, I saw people who were live streaming me live streaming. So it's kind of a lot of that. And I do think that's something we'll see more of as we continue on throughout all of this, because right now we're in closings, but as deliberations go and everyone kind of gets antsy, what's the answer going to be? What's the verdict? I think we're just going to see more and more.
Now, let's talk a little bit about Sean Combs's family, because he's had family support showing up, family members showing up to support him throughout this trial. It's almost like they've been showing up in shifts. The daughters were showing up this morning and yesterday. They had shown up in the very beginning of the trial, and then we didn't see them for a period of time. We know that they had some graduations and things like that. Plus, I mean, this is just kind of icky for girls to listen to this testimony, for any child to listen to about their father. There's been some other stuff going on, though, with one of the sons, Justin Combs. So tell me a little bit about that. Is Justin Combs there today, as we have some news about a lawsuit that's been filed?
Yes, Justin Combs is here today, and I want to talk about that lawsuit. But first, I want to talk about the fact that almost all of Diddy's children are here today. He has 7 children in all, the youngest being Love, just a little girl. She's the only one who isn't here today. All the rest are. And this is also something that Marco Niffolo highlighted today in closing arguments, talking about Diddy's family. And I do think that the jurors, the people of the court, are picking up on this. As you said, they've been pretty much there all since the beginning, except for some of his daughters who were kind of in and out, but they are there today. Now, Justin Combs, he's the main one that we want to talk about today because there have been some legal issues with him. So I'll kind of break that down for you. This was a filing that happened on Monday of this week, and I do want to state right from the top, it was criminal, not civil, and these are all allegations. However, there is a woman who filed under the name Jane Doe who alleges some misconduct at the hands of both Justin Combs and P. Diddy back in 2017. So I'll kind of give you an overview of what the filing says. That back in 2017, the spring of that year, this woman, Jane Doe, who lived in New Orleans, Louisiana, started Snapchatting with Justin Combs. And they're going back and forth. At one point, she admits she sends him risque photos, according to the lawsuit. That's what she calls them, or her attorney does in the lawsuit. But additionally, she talks about her big dreams. She wants to work in the entertainment industry. She's got stars in her eyes. And Justin Combs says, okay, you know, my dad actually kind of works in the entertainment industry. Why don't you come out here, out to LA? And so according to the lawsuit, it was under false pretenses that she headed over to LA. And after that, that's when she said things kind of, you know, went by the wayside. She alleges that she was held in a hotel room for an entire weekend, given drugs and alcohol. And then she says she was raped by 3 men who were wearing masquerade masks. And I think this is the important part here, is she says 2 of them, she's not sure who they were, but one of them she recognized and she identified, name dropped in the lawsuit, was P. Diddy. She also mentions that Justin Combs referred to him as Pops, you know, something that you would call your dad. So that's kind of why she pointed him out there. And I do want to highlight that in this civil lawsuit, she straight called it being held prisoner. I mean, that's pretty strong language. Now, I also do want to share the other side of things too. Justin Combs' team has spoken out, and I do have their statement right here. Here's what they said. No matter how many lawsuits are filed, it won't change the fact that Mr. Combs has never sexually assaulted or sex trafficked anyone, man or woman, adult or minor. We live in a world where anyone can file a lawsuit for any reason. Fortunately, a fair and impartial judicial process exists to find the truth. And Mr. Combs is confident he will prevail in court. So we kind of heard from both sides there, but amidst this civil lawsuit, Justin Combs is right now in this courthouse behind me.
Very interesting, and an interesting development given that we're at the end of this trial. And I think, you know, you make a very good point to bring up that Sean Combs and his children, especially Sean Combs, has always said in these statements that he's never sex trafficked or sexually assaulted anybody. So we do want to make note of that. Sierra, thank you so much. You're going to hang out with us in the back there, but I want to bring our panel in now. Remember, everybody, drop in your questions for Sierra and our legal panel, and we will get to as many of them as we can, put them in the chat. But for now, let's get to the panel. Awesome panel we've got here today. Bradford Cohen, up next to me in the box. He is an entertainment attorney and a criminal defense attorney. Mauricio Padilla is also a criminal defense attorney. And Alexis Rosenberg is a federal litigator. Thanks to all of you for being with me today. So I want to get your thoughts on closing arguments thus far. It sounds like there's been a lot of drama going on so far today. Bradford, the government has asked for a curative instruction. Maureen Comey said that there was some issues in Mark Agnifalo's closing argument. Judge Submaranian said that the issues were grossly improper, particularly the one questioning charging decisions. And the judge said he would give a curative instruction to the jury addressing that issue. So that's pretty wild to me. What do you think of that? You know, you hear these things come up. You know, people ask for curative instructions all the time. So your thoughts?
I don't think that much of it, to be honest with you. This happens. This happens all the time. Closing argument gets very heated, gets very passionate. I mean, I know myself, Maurice, anybody that I am friendly with that is in the, you know, criminal defense world or even the civil world, that loves their job, loves their client, wants to do a good job, is a warrior in court. That happens. It happens on our side, happens on the government side. The government sometimes oversteps their bounds, and we ask for a curative instruction. And those curative instructions are kind of like a joke, to be quite honest with you. When it happens and the government does it, they overstep their bounds. And I ask them, hey, I want a curative instruction. I move for a mistrial and then a curative instruction. You know, judge always says, oh, it's not going to be a mistrial. I'll give you a curative instruction. Hey, you know what? The prosecutor said that, his client's super guilty and all these other things, just pretend you didn't hear it. And that's not part of what you're going to debate on, what you're going to decide on, and the elements that you're going to be presented with. Just ignore that like it didn't happen. Juries don't ignore that. So when it comes to closing, it's like the gloves are off. And I think the defense knows what is at stake. In any criminal defense case, they know what's at stake. And they do anything and everything to make sure the jury understands that, number one, is if they feel this case is dirty, if they feel like there is a reason why the case was brought, or there's a reason behind how, really they were forcing this down the throats of everyone that's around, the press and all these people that they were doing all these things, the defense wants them to know it, and they'll say it, and maybe it's improper, and then all of a sudden the judge yells at you and you get a curative instruction. Your job is to defend your client the best of your abilities, and tempers run hot, and passion runs hot, and that's just the way closings happen. And I don't think it's like, oh my God, they're going to get a curative instruction, like that's going to be a big thing. I think it's expected.
Yeah, very interesting. And things do get heated. I want to give you guys a little bit of an update on what has been going on in court. Here's an update from court. The judge said to the jury, in open court, before the break, it was suggested that you should consider why this was charged, that it's not proper. I will be instructing you on the law, Mr. Agnifilo. And then Agnifilo said, now we'll talk about Mia. She loved working for Mr. Combs. This was not forced labor. That's one of the allegations, or one of the charges under the racketeering conspiracy, one of the predicate acts. Combs, as Agnifilo then responded, remember the birthday video we showed you? She was bubbly, popping. That's the real her. You are free to conclude she put on an act here. If Mr. Combs felt it was improper, he would not threaten to tell Cassie it was consensual. When Mia says it was not consensual, she is not telling the truth. There was no unwanted sexual conduct. Mia's feelings were not platonic. So they're saying that Mia had feelings for Sean Combs. Mr. Steele questioned her about these wonderful pictures and slogans. Effusive. It's not just a job. Agnifilo then said, this is a demonstrative. You can't take it into the jury room. Consider the scrapbook that she made. And she was questioned about that by Brian Steele as well. It was a scrapbook for his birthday about all of his accomplishments. He said, I'm going to read it to you. Happy 45th birthday, Puff. This is from 1991 to 1999. I hope it stirs up nostalgic feelings, how great you've become. Agnifilo says, she loved you. You can't fake that. That's real. Don't leave sight of that. It's not just business. He gives people a home. Look at this picture. Think of a word that comes to mind. Joy. There's KK, D-Rock, Fahim, and shows a photo of the staff in the scrapbook. Agnifilo then says he created a remarkably special place. He moved people in their hearts and souls, talking about Combs. When Mia is told she's being fired, she's going to leave the special place. My life is over, she said. KK said, OMG in a text, and OMG, what, WTF? And Mia responded, WTF, Mia, that's not funny, because Mia had said, I'm going to kill myself in this text when she found out she was losing her job. Agnifilo then said, racketeering co-conspirator KK writes, Mia, answer your phone or I'm going to call your parents. The last thing she wanted to do was leave. And that's forced labor? Let's turn to drug distribution. The U.S. said personal use is a distraction. Agnifilo then said, Brendan Paul said these were personal use drugs. He said he forgot to take the cocaine out of my bag. He said, I got the best lawyer in the world and my charges were dismissed. That's what he said. Sean Combs was not selling drugs. Agnifilo then said, Cassie said he was a drug addict. How is he supposed to get them? Grow his own Xanax? Did he have drugs? Yes, they found it in his house. Was he using his enterprise to distribute drugs? No. You're going to have to think through this. So I'm thinking, Mauricio, what do you think about all of that? These are things, they're trying to cast doubt on what the government has presented, their witnesses and the evidence.
And I mean, at the end of the day, this is not your average RICO. And if they want to make the argument that distribution is just, I gave somebody a hit of ecstasy at the orgy. I mean, okay, if legally speaking or not, that's gonna rise to the level that they need to convict them. But at the end of the day, people are not used to seeing that. You're used to seeing distribution, someone selling drugs, someone committing an act associated with organized crime. And to make the distinction that my client is sitting here on trial, and at the end of the day, they're charging him with distributing drugs at the orgy, having orgies, flying people that are look like willing participants in this orgy. That's a huge distinction. And I said it yesterday that I imagined that Diddy's defense counsel was gonna get up there and make a joke about the 1,000 bottles of baby oil, and he did. 1,000 bottles of Astroglide off the streets, and that's exactly what I would do. You need to highlight the distinctions between what people are used to seeing when it comes to RICO and what this case is, because they're miles apart.
Alexis, I want to get your thoughts on what Mauricio just said. Do you see the RICO here? Because they're saying basically Sean Combs, it's the Combs enterprise. They're all his underlings working to accomplish and commit crimes on behalf of Sean Combs. Do you see RICO here?
I personally do see RICO here, but I agree with Mauricio. It is a tough pill to swallow for this jury. First of all, juries have a hard time understanding RICO when it's clean and you don't have relationships, and then you don't have all these other sensational facts. So, I mean, I think it's going to be hard for the government to get that conviction because of that. But I'm seeing RICO. I'm seeing the elements that the government has put forth on that bingo RICO card, as I call it, and they've met that. But I'm not so sure. I really am leaning towards the fact that I don't think a jury is going to understand that, because you have the wishy-washy. You have people with relationships and then they don't. But remember, somebody could, even a spouse, could say at one moment they consent to sex and in the next moment that they aren't consenting to sex, and now we have rape. So we also could have a situation where individuals who are doing drugs, but then you are giving them drugs without their consent at the moment. All of this clouds the issue. There's a lot of toxicity when it comes to relationships. There's no doubt. But also, even with say a girlfriend that's working for your business, you can have a relationship. If you're not appropriately paying that individual and you're forcing them to work, beyond the hours that are set forth, then that still is potentially forced labor, as well as violating employment laws. So, I mean, but it's not clean cut. We don't have people being kidnapped like we see on TV, or we don't have individuals. Also, they did not have the co-defendants named as defendants, which I think also is confusing to the jury.
Well, they did say somebody was kidnapped. So they did say that Capricorn Clark was kidnapped. So we do have that. But yeah, I get what you mean too. And we don't have the co-conspirators testifying. We don't have them flipping on their boss. And I think that's pretty interesting too. So, they called, KK a co-conspirator, but we didn't see her. So it's kind of hard to wrap your head around it, I think. I want to talk about our poll results here. Let's talk about our poll results. We've got some polls we're putting up today, guys, as we always do. So our first poll asked, did any released exhibits or testimony significantly impact your view of the case? 51% said, no, it did not impact me. 27% said, yes, it changed my opinion. 20% said it's hard to say. 527 of you voted in that poll. Thanks so much. We'll do another poll. We're going to get to your questions now. So let's get to the questions. And please keep dropping your questions in the chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. So we always love taking your questions. Our first question, Bradford Cohen, is from Smarty Pants 1225. Why did AUSA go for 8 hours yesterday? I thought she was only supposed to do 4 hours worth of closing arguments.
So that is kind of up to the court. Generally speaking, in federal court, they keep very, very tight schedules, very tight guidelines. The judge says, hey, you can go for this amount of time, 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, and they try to keep to that guideline. It's not set in stone, though. So if she is going over new items, if she's not just beating a dead horse, which I don't even understand how you can go 8 hours in this case with the evidence that I've seen without beating a dead horse. And then don't forget, they still have the other side of the sandwich.
How
So
can you
that
go
means
8 hours
they do the closing
doing
now,
a freak off though?
defense goes, and then they have a rebuttal. I think that 8 hours is obnoxious. I don't think that helps a jury at all. I think a jury, especially in today's day and age, with individuals that are used to looking on their phone, looking on the computer, getting cliff notes to things. My belief is if you can't close a case in 3 to 4 hours, anything after that, I don't even think it should take 3 to 4 hours, but anything after that is just white noise. So an 8-hour closing to me is obnoxious. I don't think it's needed, especially where you have a rebuttal on the other side. The jury may be exhausted from hearing from that prosecutor unless they put a new prosecutor on for the other side of the sandwich, which oftentimes they do.
Yeah.
I don't see the benefit in it. The judge obviously can say, hey, listen, she's still going into new areas of, of items, of issues, of evidence. So I'm going to allow it. Then the defense goes, he can't say to the defense, hey, listen, I'm only limiting you to 4 hours. Again, if the defense is coming up with new theories and new items, he's going to let them go too. I just don't see how you get to 8 hours worth of closing with the evidence that's presented and the witnesses, even if you go through every single witness, which I don't think you need to. I think that speaks a lot for the prosecution. I think it speaks a lot for the government's case. They are desperate here. And I think the prosecution, if they lose, even if they lose the RICO count or the sex trafficking count, and he's convicted on 2 of the 3 or 1 of the 3, I think they lose a lot of face. To me, this was a state case that got injected with steroids and the feds decided to pick it up, which often the Southern District of New York does when it's a high-profile case.
And I want to clarify, I don't think it went 8 hours. I think it started around 10. There were some breaks in there, plus a lunch break, and court ended before 5 p.m. So I think all in all, it was less than that. So I think we need to take that into account. It may have felt like 8 hours because we can't watch it. And the court day really started at 9 or so because the attorneys met with the judge beforehand. So I think we need to clarify that they weren't up there talking the jury to death for 8 hours straight. So I do want to be clear on that point. I want to give you another update, everybody, from court. We have another court update. Here we go. Mark Agnifilo told the jury, didn't Mia go work for Madonna?
Of course, we already know about all this here. And here's the thing. They're supposed to be back in the room by now. They should have already been there for a little bit now. So I'm going to check on that. But we do have some breaking news that I need to share with y'all too. Because like I said, we're keeping an eye on everything as we continue to proceed in this closing arguments from the defense. And again, I mean, I put a poll up. So go up to the poll and let me know what you think. Do you think that the defense is posing a solid argument? Do you think that, it's changing your thoughts? Is it changing what you think on this whole situation or not? I am, like I said, I think he's going to be found guilty on some, not all. But I do think I would never, talk down on what the defense is trying to do here, which is for sure, without a shadow of a doubt, trying to cast reasonable doubt in this whole thing. They're just trying to play in the gray. That's what they're doing. They're playing in the gray for sure. But I do have a breaking news story to give you guys here. And I do want to share this with y'all too. And this has to do with everything that's going on overseas. Now, just really quick reminder. There's been a lot of back and forth going on. Literally, there's been a crap ton of back and forth going on with whether or not Trump actually hit the targets, the Midnight Hammer, the Midnight Hammer operation that they had over the past few days, whether or not they actually hit the targets and all that. Now there's been satellite footage showing proof positive that they did actually hit those targets. It's been back and forth. People are still challenging that information and all that. And I just leave that for what it is. Okay. Now, here's the thing. We do have some new information, and I think this is obviously very important information to look at. And it all has to do with the Iran, Israel, and America situation. Yesterday, okay, the supreme leader of Iran spoke out, basically saying like, hey, we did that. We did amazing work on attacking Israel. We won, right? We kicked their ass. And America is, back home shaking in their boots, right? I was wondering if Trump was going to respond. We have to talk about this because this just broke literally about an hour ago, and I want to share this with you guys. Trump did speak out, and now he is saying that he would go after, he would drop boom booms in Iran again without question. This is bad because obviously we're in a situation where now we just got people, we got leaders just talking big talk. Now they're all just talking big talk now. Okay. So now Trump is saying, yeah, man, I would drop even more on these mother lovers. What are you talking about? The hell you want, man? Okay. Interesting. So let's take a look at this. So he says he would drop boom booms on Iran again without question. All right. So President Trump told ABC News on Tuesday morning he is not, quote unquote, not happy with either Israel or Iran. We already knew about that. He said they don't even know what the F they're doing, right? They don't even know. I can't do it right now. My voice is tired, but you know what I'm saying, okay? So he said this, and he's not happy with either of them after the opening hours of this, of course, ceasefire between the two combatants were marred by reported exchanges, because apparently Israel was still dropping bombs. Iran was still dropping bombs. It's been pretty crazy, okay? So Trump said Iran and Israel both violated the ceasefire that he announced late on Monday, and comments he made as he departed the White House. So Wednesday morning, the president and his administration continued to push back on an early intelligence report suggesting that the U.S. strikes on Iranian nuke facilities likely only set Tehran's nuclear program back by just a few months, which still, if it's true, I still think that's good news. You know what I mean? They still pushed it back a little bit. Some progress is better than no progress, right? But anyway, if they did obliterate those sites, then they did. If they didn't, then they didn't, which is the truth, right? Trump said he would drop bombs on Iran again without question. President Trump said Friday that he would drop bombs on Iran again without question if intelligence were to find that Iran can enrich uranium to a level higher than what he is comfortable with. So he says, without a question, absolutely. He said to reporters in a White House briefing room, they're exhausted. The last thing they're thinking about is nukes right now. Of course, this is what Trump said about Iran. So responding to Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's claim that Iran won the war, Trump said, you got to beat hell. Israel was beat up too. They were both beat up. So, you got beat to hell. I'm sorry. You got beat to hell. That's what he's saying. You got beat to hell. Israel was beat up too. They were both pretty beat up. So this is very interesting, him saying that, okay? Him coming out and saying, hey, you know what? I'd do it again. Make no mistake. I would do it again. So don't even try. Don't even try. And he's like, and if I even find out that you are still trying to create more of these boom booms, there'll be hell to pay. And we will respond, dropping more of those bombs right on those sites. So that's very interesting, guys. I just wanted to share that with y'all real quick. Again, we're like, with everything that's going on in Iran, Israel, and, of course, with going on with America, I mean, you can clearly see that we're not out in the clear yet. You know what I mean? We're still in the mucky muck of this situation. Anything's possible. He says, I'll do it again. Shoot. Ayatollah might come back and be like, nah, you'll be seeing 50,000 soldiers in body bags. You just never know. You just never know. And we got to hopefully pray that nothing escalates from this. But again, it could be a bunch of boys playing with their little, toys, using human life and these armies and these, the military as like little toys, and they're just going after each other. And I just hope it doesn't go any further than what it has done so far. But we'll see what happens here. Okay. This is going to be very interesting. But we're keeping an eye on it, y'all. We are definitely keeping an eye on all of this. But it looks like there's a few. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So they had a lunch break. Okay. Let me see this. So it says here, okay, they're asking them to return at 1:45, which they should already be there. Okay. Then, of course, he said, so then the prosecution said that her rebuttal will take about 90 minutes. So with the rebuttal, they still got 90 minutes for prosecution to do their thing. So they aren't going to be done here until about 4, they're saying. Okay. They're saying the judge says he hopes to charge jurors at about 4 p.m. and then have them ready to deliberate on Monday morning. So, but then there's been a new update. So they will be charged Monday. So my assumption is they're going to let them do their rebuttal, okay, which will be about an hour and a half of speaking. And then they're going to adjourn for the day, let everybody have the day off because it is Friday, the rest of the day off. And then they're going to come back, do they'll be charged in the morning, and then they'll be left to go and deliberate. So it'll be jury watch or verdict watch starting probably Monday first thing, Monday late morning. So very interesting then to hear that information. But let's see if there's any new updates, shall we? Okay. They came back in, or at least there's some updates at least 11 minutes ago. So let's take a look at this. So a judge says, I've thought about it and it makes more sense for me to charge the jury on Monday morning. Otherwise, it'll be too late. With that, let's bring the jury out. So the jury comes back, and of course, Agnifilo comes back. There was a suggestion Cassie didn't get the same amount of promotion as others at Bad Boy. I think Capricorn Clark is an imperfect witness, but she did say that Cassie's got the lion's share. Either side played the videos for the witnesses, but Cassie's videos were on her devices. She said the devices were damaged, but the expert was able to open it. I don't know what role these videos played in her life, but she didn't delete them. In the videos, the hotel rooms are beautiful. The music is great, Usher and whatnot. You were never meant to see these videos. Let's be honest. Diddy was never going to release these videos. He might have said it, but no way. No way. Cassie is eating a watermelon, and they're listening to music. These, as you can see, are beautiful nights. two S workers, the Punisher, I call him. He got it from the name from basketball on West 4th Street. They thought Cassie was really into them. They were naive. I don't think this is the only man making homemade adult films in America. I think it's a pretty popular thing these days. Jane, she wants to post things on Instagram, I guess. That's what she's into. I think she really loved Diddy. You guys know who the father of her child is. I mean, let's be real. You know who she was with in Vegas. She's comfortable with this lifestyle. The government is not saying every hotel night is STing. They isolated September 2023. Jealousy over a yacht. Hmm. As we wait. Hold on. Let's refresh this. I'm going to look at CNN here in a second here too. I think it's funny that they're literally being like, we already know who the father is. You know who that is. And you know who she went to Vegas with. So yeah, I mean, the defense doesn't care. The defense wants to expose everything. Of course. Let's see what's going on. Let's refresh this mug. Okay. So they specifically isolated September 2023. It's jealousy over a yacht. Sometimes Jane didn't like the guy. She said, I guess, sometimes Jane didn't like the guys that showed up. She said one smelled. Then this guy is sent back. 3187, exhibit 3187. The escort gets sent packing. He's a bum. But they still paid him. No actual activity, but he got paid. Paying for time. Yesterday, they just dismissed it. But that's what happened. Interesting. Interesting. Hold on one second, guys. Let me just... This is interesting. He's... Just pulling up CNN really quick. Take a look at this. So And there's some updates about like how Diddy is reacting in the courtroom as well, which is also very interesting. But let's take a look at this. Intimate relationships with his accusers indicate Diddy was not involved in STing, attorney argues. So, of course, Agnifilo pointed out Cassie's answer when she was asked what kind of pain Diddy put her through. I think more than anything, it was his own personal shame in having to carry these things that were shameful to him. So in other words, because, he probably had some attraction towards the mans, you know what I mean? In this STing case, the most painful thing for her was to unburden him of his shame and carry around his shame. That was that answer. She could have answered the question she could have answered that question any one of a million ways. The reason it's beautiful is the only person who can answer a question that way is a person who's truly, truly in love with the other person. And all you needed to know is that answer. So both Cassie and Jane were saying that this was this essential, vulnerable, deep part of himself. And he trusted me to go there with him. This is him, Agnifilo, referring to another of his, of Jane Doe, what Jane Doe was basically saying. He said Jane answered a similar question in the same way, talking about how she felt her nights at hotels with Diddy were something special between them. She was basically saying, listen, I'm going to a very vulnerable, special place for you, and I'm doing it because I love you. And he goes on to describe how in the exchange, she wanted to be treated especially. That's a lot of things. But it's not STing, he added. Defense pushes back the allegation of the 2018 R, which, like I said, I think this was the most dirty, most grimy part of the whole thing, in my personal opinion, one of the grimy parts of this. But he told the jury that Diddy did not R Cassie and Ventura as Ventura alleged on the stand. The defense attorney pointed out that Diddy was not charged with S, so the jury doesn't have to consider it. But said, I can't let you think there was an R. So he's like, I can't let you guys go into that room, in that deliberation room, thinking that he went out here and just straight up R'd Cassie. I can't do that. Okay? I can't. So Cassie first alleged of this situation in her civil lawsuit, okay? And this all went down in 2018. So Agnifilo suggested that she had to change her story to say it happened in August because after seeing Diddy in September, Cassie texted Diddy, I had a lot of fun with you. Thanks for the night. I told myself I didn't want anything to happen and I'm not tripping on it. I know you aren't either. So then he said her now husband, who she was dating at the time, FaceTimed her in the middle of the night when she was with Diddy. So, of course, it's good to have all this kind of, like the filling up the holes, you know what I mean? So we understand a little bit more of what inner city press is saying, right? Her husband found out that she was with Diddy. So she lies and says that she was R'd. Throwing in the gray, throwing in that doubt. Interesting, right? Agnifilo said Cassie changed her story to August because Diddy sent her a text saying, I know I look bad to you. I could tell I didn't turn you on yesterday. I fell off, but I'm going to get my ish together. So they argued that this was an admission from Diddy. Cassie also testified that she later had consensual relations with Diddy in October. If there really was an R, she would have not gone back and had consensual relations. So no R, which is incredibly wrong and incredibly inaccurate. There's been plenty of people, plenty of R victims and SA victims that have gone back to their attacker and have gone to have relations with them, consensual relations with them. That has happened. That is a real thing. So for him to sit there and say, oh, yeah, since it was consensual afterwards, that means the R never existed. That's wrong. It's wrong and it's inaccurate. But again, it depends on how the jury is going to take that. Okay? That's wrong. Take that. But you know what I mean? How they're going to perceive that information. Are they going to listen to him and go, that's right. That's right. Nobody does that. Right? I doubt it. I highly, highly doubt they're going to look at that and go, yeah, so, it can't be R after the fact. You can't be R'd and then go have consensual relations with that person afterwards. That just erases the R. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. So it's ridiculous when people that he's putting that out there like that. Like, oh, if there's consent afterwards, then it's not R, right? And I know there's people out there that are survivors, victims of this kind of stuff that would be just saying, shiver me timbers. What did he say? So Diddy is seen smiling and interacting with defense counsel in courtroom during break. So after the defense presents their first part of their closing argument today, Diddy has been seen smiling and interacting with both his counsel and his family. So he might feel like he winning. He might be feeling like he's winning up in this piece. He's like, yo, I got this. It's a wrap, son. I win, victorious, right? He might be doing that. During a break when the jury wasn't present, at times he was smiling, he was interacting, he was talking to his counsel. He was almost pantomiming, imitating his counsel while he was speaking. Yeah, this sounds like he's feeling good right now. So a chief legal analyst also added that his daughters, who are in a row or two behind him, which I'm sure was properly choreographed to make sure that they're there for this specific closing arguments. I guarantee you, to be here for the closing arguments, perfectly choreographed. That's what I think. Him wearing all white, looking all innocent and stuff, right? He has most of his family in the rows behind him and all that. Yeah, he's putting that out there. It's all a show. It's choreography for sure. All right. But he passed up his daughters in a row or two behind him, passed up a note through counsel and then looked back at each other and gave a fist bump and smiled at their father in an encouraging way. Crazy. 6 of the 7 children are in court right now, alongside Janice Combs, Diddy's mama. At one point, they saw one of his twin daughters rubbing the back of the grandmother while defense attorney Agnifilo was going through sensitive portions of his closing arguments. So they say Janice Combs had her head down and was almost curled over during that moment. It was a very human moment indeed. That's what at least they're saying, and from what they saw. So it's going to be very interesting. Diddy was also seen reacting to Agnifilo's presentation while the jury was present when the defense lawyer was describing Kid Cudi's testimony that his car was set on fire. Agnifilo said that Diddy is the type of person who would instead confront Kid Cudi directly, because he said, not to sound sexist, but, men will be men, right? Men will be men. And they should have been going into fisticuffs, not sitting there making his car go up in flames. Hell no. Christian Keys. You know who Christian Keys is. I'm sorry. That he's the other guy involved allegedly with the Tyler Perry stuff. That's another conversation in itself, which we will get into another time. Okay. But Christian King Combs, okay, son of Sean Diddy Combs, okay, releases new music with Kanye West. So that's what I meant. I thought Diddy was in that song too. I could have sworn he was on the song. I thought he's in the song. Like they use a soundbite of him, like on the phone or something random. But anyway, King Combs, okay, who's also a dumbass. I said it. Some people say he the slow one. Some people say he dumb. He also is looking at some allegations as well. That's another conversation in itself. But he is also the one that went on to a song and said, yeah, you didn't look at the other phone. You didn't look at the other house on Star Island. And the feds are like, oh, snap. There's another house? And then they raided the house. Why? Because King Combs said it in a song. You're that dumb. He would be like I said before, in a rap song, he'd be like, that's where my daddy buried the body, right? Right next to the Starbucks. You see what I'm saying? And Crenshaw on third. Because that's dumb. Dumb. Who would do that? And it's crazy how much he looks a lot like his dad. It's insane. But I'm just saying, you got to be a special kind of dumb to be like, yeah, they didn't check the other house on Star Island. We own another house. They just don't know. The feds aren't listening to this song, so I'm going to say what I got to say. It's crazy that they went and raided the house, but they didn't raid the other one where all the bodies are buried. You know what I mean? It's like, what the hell you doing, man? And then the feds listened to the song and they said, oh, we got to go to another one? Words. Say less, bro. Say less. Thank you. We're about to go raid that house right now. And they did. So I'm wondering what else he said on this mother-loving song. Yeah, rap snitches, man. Icon. It's dumb. So the song is part of a 7-track project that debuted today. Okay, the same day that they're doing their closing arguments. They're trying to make monies. They're trying to make money. Okay. The chorus to Diddy Free includes the lyrics, ain't gonna sleep till we see Diddy free. Profound. Profound. Prolific. Ain't gonna sleep till we see Diddy free. So West made a brief appearance earlier this month, which we already know about as well. Okay. But he's collaborating. It's not only Diddy's son on there. It's also Northwest is on the song, if I'm correct as well. Kanye's on there. And I think there's a little soundbite of Diddy in the song. But yeah, the song's called Diddy Free. Ain't gonna sleep till we see Diddy free. Like I said, prolific, Shakespearean. Hamburger. Videos of freak-offs show genuine intimacy. They're like, well, you know, they were aggressive. The bumping uglies. Well, she was getting digged out, but it was all intimate. They were all for it, baby. When they were bumping uglies, she wanted that. You could see it right on her face. Zoom in on that right there. You could see it on her face. She's loving every minute of it. Loving every minute of it. You could see it. This is insane, guys. All right. So Agnifilo said Diddy may have threatened to release these freak-offs. Okay. The freak-offs that he orchestrated from time to time. But he never would have actually done it. That doesn't mean anything. The threat is made. Yo. The threat is made. It does not matter. The threat is made. If you go up there and you're like, listen, mother loving, you little, since it's Shakespearean, you little strumpet. Dost thou know I shall release thy freak-offs to everyone? Ha ha! The threat is done. If he goes up to somebody and says, I'm about to release all of this, and everybody about to know, you ain't going to know what to do. You're going to be flipped upside down. You won't know what the hell to do with yourself because your booty hole will be all plastered all over the internet. I said, that's a threat. Just because he says he's not going to do it does not. I'm just saying, it doesn't mean he's not going to do it. He made the threat, so it's there. It doesn't matter. You already have a family that was terrified for their lives, the Ventura family, sending out $20,000 so that he would not go and release footage. Yes, he gave that money back, but that still happened. The transaction still happened, y'all. It don't matter. Sheesh. He acknowledged the videos show an uncommon kind of intimacy. Yeah. But said the videos of the freak-offs actually showed a beautiful evening. How is this a beautiful evening? She's like, I'm being ripped from inside out for hours. Dudes are coming over here and taking me to Pound Town. D-Train to Pound Town. And it's not just one. It's three sometimes. Back to back to back to back. And then she gets a little Tootsie Roll dessert with Diddy. 4 men in one night. How is that a beautiful evening? Oh, such a beautiful evening. And she's getting just dug the F out. D-Train to mother-loving Bone Town. And this is supposed to be a beautiful evening. D-Train to Bone Town. That's literally what they're saying. And this is a beautiful evening. Such a beautiful evening. Sometimes they would have string quartets playing on the balcony as she's getting railed. By baseball bats, basically. Come on, guys. A beautiful evening. The music's nice, the mood seems friendly and easygoing, and everyone's smiling. They're laughing. Forget the eschwal part. Forget all the hibbity-dibbity. Forget all that. Forget all that. Forget it. There's music. And there's a friendly, easygoing environment going on. Everybody's smiling and laughing. Come on, y'all. There's a real, genuine intimacy and just nice quality to these evenings. This man's stretching. He reaching for this. He's not even. He's stretching for it. Okay. Fantastic Four, literally stretching for it. But it's still a beautiful evening, and it's gorgeous, and the music, and you can tell that they're smiling, and lovely evening. What is that? What is that? He referred to testimony from 2 men who testified they participated in freak-offs with Cassie, saying they both thought Cassie was into it, but they thought that she was into it. I don't think by any stretch of the imagination, this is the only man in America making homemade corn. I'm just saying, D-Train the Bone Town, and they're sitting there they got Unchained Melody playing in the background as a line of men are standing there just trying to get ready, rubbing themselves, tenderizing their meat so that they can have some freezer meat ready to dig this woman out. And in the background, as she's getting pile drived, okay, as she's getting the Alabama Slammer, you hear, "Oh, my love, my darling, I hunger for your touch alone." Lonely. No, you're not. You're not getting that. You're not. But this was a lovely evening. Lovely evening. Yeah. Yeah. Moving on, though. You know what I mean? You're not hearing dun, 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 and they're all sitting there, with stemware, champagne flutes, stemware, Cosmos and martinis, and going, "Oh, are you about to dig her out? I'm about to dig her out soon, too. Did you arrive? Did you enjoy the arrival of being inside? Wasn't it perfect? It's absolutely smashing night. What a night. She is quite the performer." You're not seeing that. Lovely night, my ass. Anyway, You got the arson, you got the kidnapping, but these freak off tapes, nah, you out of pocket, bro. I'm sorry. You out of pocket on this. And the text messages say so much. Okay? I'm sorry. Crazy, yo. Crazy. Anyway. Smashing night. Get it? Smashing. Truly smashing. Oh, Jane Doe. Quite the performer. Yes. Yes. Truly legendary. Legendary indeed. So, Agnifilo continues, and he says Jane was motivated by wanting nice things and trips she posted on social media. This is a part that I can see an argument on. The beautiful nights you lost me on that, okay? But I can see this point, though. He said Jane Doe loved Diddy, but she was, quote unquote, focused on what am I getting out of it that the world can see. I see this angle. Ooh. Ooh. I see this. I see this right here. So Agnifilo reiterated the argument he made about Diddy's actual relationship with Cassie, who dated, we already know about that. So they say the government said they're not saying every single hotel night was trafficking. I'm sorry. Well, then which ones were? And how's Diddy supposed to know the actual difference? I see his point there. But at the same time, if they're like, baby, I don't want to do this tonight. Okay. I don't want to do this tonight. That's blatant. It's very straightforward. It's all in paperwork. It's all in text messages. I mean, right? It's all the interactions that they've had with Diddy. Just saying. Okay. Also, Agnifilo also said Jane was used to moving in circles with celebrities of the likes like Diddy. He reminded the jury that they learned who her child's father is and what rapper she was with in Vegas in January of 2024, which we already know is Kanye. He also says she's comfortable being in that sort of strata, like in that sort of atmosphere, right? And that's just how she moves. So here's the thing. I understand the part of like, hey, what am I going to get out of doing this stuff? And I get what he's saying, like she just wants to be seen. But I think that's the thing. She wanted to be considered one of his girls that they saw on his Instagram, or that she was allowed to post on her Instagram. She wanted to claim the guy. Of course, if you love somebody, you're going to want to tell, hey guys, this is my man, or this is my woman. See what I'm saying? So I see that part. I see what the argument here, for sure. For sure. But the other part is like, oh, well, how's he supposed to know when it's STing and not? Well, when she says, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be there. That's pretty straight up and down. It's pretty straightforward, in my personal opinion. Let's go back over to Inner City Press, see if there's any updates. So we got, oh, yay, we got some stuff. Awesome. So paying for time, not SEX, but they got paid. They got paid for their time. Yesterday, they just dismissed it. They totally just threw it out. But that's what actually happened. Jane wanted it to happen. She called her guy Cabral. She liked Cabral. She wrote, muy caliente. Then there's the sobriety party. Jane is angry over Gina. And then she says she regretted it. She resented it. But she agreed to it, unfortunately. She said that. She agreed to it, unfortunately. She agreed. That's it. We could be done with it. Oh, the house? Okay. Jane had the worst lawyer in the world. Her low child support from the father, in my opinion, is the worst. Diddy did the right things by paying, supporting her. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. He's paying for the house for a child that's not even his responsibility. They watched a little adult film, some spicy films. Jane got him a mobile TV to watch it so he'd do less corn, she said. Okay. I'm not sure how that works. Okay. But still, the photos. Combs has a big pour of wine. Strawberries are in there. But it's big. Not like a fancy restaurant. Half hour later, something inexplicable happens. She slams his head into the counter and calls him the P word. PDF file. The woman Ali is of age. Oh, okay, that's her name. The woman Ali is of age. Jane says Diddy kicked her doors in, but he didn't hit her. I'm not saying he should, but he didn't. Here's what we do know. A text from Jonathan Perez says they are fighting. 10:14. At 10:14 p.m., he says, just normal being jealous. PD says, don't come, all good. Puff Daddy texts that. Don't come, all good. Now, Jane changes into another dress. I don't know. No sweats. Why not? Why change into another dress? She says she hides behind a wall for 2 whole hours. I submit it's just not possible. She's just wrong or lying. I don't know. But anyway, she comes back. Diddy's in the streets, and there's no violence. Okay? And it looks like she was hit twice. Doesn't look like that he hauled her off, nor that he dragged her. You know what it is? She is documenting her injuries. And also, let's talk about Anton, too. How about that? She sees him in Vegas with you know who, okay? A rapper of some prominence, Kanye. She's watching Anton in the act of the hibbity-dibbity. She asks, what did you do? He asks, what did you do? She says, I showed my tatas. Why? It sounds like spring break. Then the rapper goes up to her with a question about the swingers lifestyle, and she gives them Cabral's whole phone number. The story doesn't make any sense, ladies and gentlemen. Let's say something else happened in Vegas. Let's just say it. And then it's this, and then it's the same Anton who comes to her house. A coincidence? The one who shows up at her house is Anton. What she says makes no sense. Anton is an adult film star. He has relations. Jane knows there's an investigation. Did she investigate this? Her story does not make sense. Why was she so persistently violent? She says, I didn't want to do it, but she let Anton in. I submit they were trying to get past it and maybe agreed on her performing top only. At the end of the day, Her story has so many holes in it. You could say she prompted it. She maybe wants something in her pocket, money. Maybe she wanted something in her pocket. I'm going to have something. Maybe I'll never use it. Why the unprovoked extreme violence? She never explains that. You guys are here because you have lived full lives. You were chosen. And they chose only two of these S workers, the Punisher and Daniel Phillip. They could have given others immunity so quickly. Neither of the two admit to being a pro. These are their witnesses. Well, let me just say this. Hamburger. Let me just say this. He's not wrong with what he's saying here. We even talked about it on the show. Maybe he's been watching our show. You never know. I mean, I do keep it interesting. But here's the thing. Not wrong. He's not wrong. They should be asking those questions. Why only the Punisher and Daniel Phillip? Why not bringing in all the other people that have gone through some terrible things or experienced bad things with Diddy at the hands of Diddy? Why aren't there other women that were brought in that are probably full-on SA victims, alleged SA victims of Diddy? Why not more S workers being brought in? I'm just saying, I'm asking for a friend. Why not? Why not Natanya Rubin, who was allegedly pow-powed in the face by Diddy? Why not DeWitt Gilmore? Why not those guys? What about any of these other people that know things or have had crimes committed against them or to them by Diddy, allegedly? Something just doesn't make any sense. That is a good point. We've talked about it on the show. Why didn't they bring all these other mother lovers in here? Because there's been plenty of mother lovers that have been more than willing to step forward. And I'm not sitting here saying that Albie Shore is the greatest candidate for being a witness on the witness stand, but at the same time, what about him? What about Jaguar Wright? What about any of these other people that have stepped forward and said, hey, I seen it. I've witnessed it. Shoot, Gene Deal. Any of these other people. Why aren't they being brought in? Real talk. Yes, even more. You know what, Sofa Potato, you ain't wrong. Why not KK? That makes no sense. Her name is mentioned billions of times, and not once was she brought in to testify. Why not? That makes no sense. That makes no bloody sense. Because you know for a fact if they were able to subpoena her and bring her in, doesn't matter if she was a hostile witness or not, they would get Diddy even more because there's more, I'm sure, more information that she could clarify. Or just sit there and plead the fifth the entire time. 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth. But you know for a fact, answering the question with, I'm exercising my right to use the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. You know for a fact that's them answering the question. Did you record all of these conversations that Diddy had with his people? I plead the fifth. That means yes. Sorry, I know that's them pleading the fifth, but it's them saying yes. Would you say you know exactly where Diddy's bodies are buried? I plead the fifth. That means yes. You see what I'm saying? Just saying. So, continuing on. So again, the Punisher and Daniel Phillip, they had plenty of other people they could bring in too, but they only brought two of the S workers, right? The Punisher and Daniel Phillip. They could have given others immunity for sure. Neither of the two admit to being a pro. They are their witnesses. If you get paid when you didn't have hibbity dibbity, you're getting paid for your time. That's it. In Diddy's mind, this is legal. It would be different if a witness said, I went and had relations and there was a negotiation for it with Diddy. But you also got to remember all the allegations of all the Cowboys and Angel guys and Backpage Craigslist guys and all that stuff. What about all them mother lovers? They all came out bussing. And the bodily fluids that are found throughout these hotel rooms, that's not sweat, baby. That's not just sweat. It's not like they were doing some crazy photo shoot in that bedroom. They were bussing. Nonstop bussing here, bussing there, bussing. That's it. I'm going to go over to NBC here in just a little bit, but we got another one. So neither of the whoa. So it would be different if a witness said, I went and had relations and there was a negotiation for it with Diddy. Some of those places had a set amount of money. Okay. They did, like a set price. Oh, you want Cowboy Rick? Well, Cowboy Rick will be over there for like $800. $800 for a night. Right? And that's it. They show up. They bust a move. Okay? Straight busting. And they leave and they get paid. That's it. But continue on. I assume in every spicy movie, the actors get paid to have relations. And yet, it's legal. So he thinks it's legal. Okay, let's talk about this racketeering stuff. Here's page 14 of the charge. The enterprise, the group, must have an organization. You'll hear this. So now it's saying, no, they were just making amateur corn. So these were actors getting paid. This wasn't actors getting paid for the act. You got to remember, some of these guys, what the hell? It's kind of like, what are you talking about? These guys aren't coming in knowing that they're getting filmed. These guys are coming in knowing that they're going to get some nookie. That's it. They know they're going to come in and they're going to be bussing. That's it. They're going to get some baby oil and they're going to be performing with their manhood. That's it. So it doesn't make any sense that they can sit there and go, technically, because the camera's in there and they're filming, they're making adult films. That's all. They're just making amateur adult films. And they're getting paid. These guys are getting paid to perform in these videos. That's all. That's all, baby. Totally legal. Crazy. Beautiful nights. Totally beautiful nights. Yep. Just beautiful nights of just bumping uglies. Here we go. Only Sean Combs, Diddy, is charged here. No one testified. No one testified. I was part of a racketeering enterprise. This is the greatest divide between the evidence in this trial and what the prosecutors are saying. There is a gaping lack of evidence. We'll see. We'll see about that. Somebody just said, no serious woman would agree to freak offs just because the partner is wealthy and powerful. It's a choice. Because many other women can also turn that down quick. I do think that a lot of this, okay, I do think a lot of this, he was able to get away with a lot of this because of who he is. Let's be real. If this was just some regular average Joe guy walking down the street, okay, that looked like Diddy as well, like, not a showstopper, you know what I mean? Not some drop dead gorgeous human being, just a regular guy, right? Guarantee you, he would not be having this kind of lifestyle unless he's paying for both people to be in that room to do that stuff, right? So again, I think that you have to put that in consideration too. But let me see what NBC is saying. So, of course, Diddy's team is saying that there's nothing wrong with shooting homemade spicy videos. And there isn't. There's nothing wrong with it as long as it's legal and consensual, right? So Diddy shot homemade stuff. And that really isn't a big deal, the lawyer said. The defense conceded that the defendant regularly shot footage of his girlfriends having relations with male S-workers as he watched and shot footage during these hotel nights or Wild King nights. He's not the only man in America making homemade stuff. So they insisted that Diddy would never use the footage for blackmail, but he did. And we've heard that on numerous occasions. So he blows by the 3-hour mark in closings. So he said, I only need 1 more hour. I only need 1 more hour, y'all. So we'll see if that actually is true. Right? Defense tries to portray hotel nights as beautiful and enjoyable experiences. And I'm sorry, I went off on this, but it is kind of crazy that they're trying to make this be like a beautiful situation, a beautiful scenario of people just getting together and expressing their love for each other. Nah. I don't see it like that. Nah. It'd be a different story if this was like, hey, this is a one-time thing, or this happens every once in a blue moon, and all participants are absolutely 110% willing. That'd be a different thing. But the fact that it's like happening every single weekend, and then, of course, from what we're hearing from the girls, just being tired, worn out, and still having to go back in there and do it again, that kind of thing. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Like I said, what everybody does in behind closed doors in their bedrooms, as long as it's legal and consensual, that it is what it is. But I just feel like there's something different about this one, for sure. It's not only just from the testimonies that the ladies gave, okay, Cassie and Jane Doe, but it's just the whole setting, the whole vibe of it, okay? It's crazy. But we'll see. He said, there's no way on this earth Diddy was ever going to release any of these videos of these sexual encounters. Looking at the videos, you heard from Jane, there was a rapport. Everyone is smiling. It's an S party. They're eating food. Cassie is eating watermelon. They're listening to music. The two S workers called to testify said there were a lot of talking and hanging out. There is a nice quality to these evenings. He has a point here. I mean, she did say it a little bit, but I do get what he's saying here. That she never gave, defense says Jane never gave an explanation for slamming Diddy's head during the 2024 fight. And the other thing is that I feel like they're trying to say like, okay, so she changed into another dress. Why did she change into another dress? We don't know. But she ends up running out into like and hiding behind a wall, right? And I feel like they're trying to say like maybe she inflicted those bruises onto herself before she ran back in to see Diddy. Because she says that he dragged her back in. He hit her a couple times. He sat on top of her. She called the girl that she thought that he was having, that he was with, that she thought he was with. And then, of course, there was a FaceTime with Jonathan Perez, if I'm correct, right? I think what they're trying to allude to the idea is it doesn't make any sense that she would change her dress into another dress. Why not wear something a little bit more tactical, if that makes any sense, a little bit more practical, especially when you're trying to run away from somebody. You're not going to want to wear heels and another dress. You're going to want to throw on some pants, maybe keep the dress on, just tuck it in your pants and keep it running, keep it moving. Put on some sneakers and get ready. But I think that they're trying to say like she was on the idea of doing a full-on shakedown on him, trying to get him to do something bad, putting his paws on her so that she can say that she is a victim. Here's the other thing too, which is even more diabolical if you really think about it. And we're talking about this, you know what I mean? We got to talk about it. The other thing that I think they're trying to say is not only that she could have ran off and inflicted the pain onto herself during those 2 hours, right? And then come back and nothing happened, right? She agreed to perform top on Anton and, he went home, right? And he got paid and all that. But there's the other part. She knows at this point, Cassie filed that lawsuit. And then a day later, she gets $30 million in a settlement. Diddy settled quick with her, which was very damning, right? Then a little bit after that, the video comes out of him attacking Cassie. What if, and this is probably what the defense is trying to present. What if Mark Agnifilo is trying to present an idea that maybe she saw the lawsuit, saw the settlement, the video dropped, and she said, ooh, this is an opportunity to make money. I could get paid just like Cassie. And then she starts to put together like a breadcrumbs of being a said victim. Then tries to start something with him right here, tries to start a fight with him. She starts it. She runs outside. She's out there for 2 whole hours, she says. Maybe inflicts the pain on herself. Maybe. We don't know. Comes back, and she's all jacked up. What if he never did any of that? But she's trying to have some proof, some stuff, so that maybe she can go and get the same money Cassie did. I really think that that's what they're trying to present here. that maybe she was trying to construct some sort of situation where it all leads to him looking like a monster, that he's standing there caught red-handed, literally, when maybe he never did anything at all. And I think that's what they're trying to present here too, that, hey, she's lying and she's making this stuff up. Okay. Jackie Burns just said, no, Pascal. She would not start the fight, just provoke anger. Well, slamming his head against a marble counter and then running away from him, calling him some of the worst things you can call somebody, like the P word, maybe she was trying to do exactly that, provoke anger. And it worked. If you really think about it, if he really did kick down these doors and whatnot, that's possible. But maybe he kicked down the doors and then he said, nope, I'm not repeating this. He instantly thinks about the Cassie lawsuit and all that stuff. Maybe he goes, nope, I'm not doing it. Now I got to wait for her to come back so we can talk. We got to chop it up. We got to make sure we're on the same page here. But I'm not touching her. Nope. That could be possible. But then while she's out there in the wilderness, behind that wall or whatever the hell she's behind, she could be, doing something to herself. Possible. Defense is presenting that right now. Right? She never gave an explanation. The only explanation she had was because she thought that he was with another girl. That is the explanation. She was mad. They had champagne and shots of tequila. Right? So that is possible. I don't think it is what happened, but at the same time, they're putting this stuff out here. They're trying to cast reasonable doubt and put in a lot of gray. Let's not forget that. Gray throughout this entire thing. So let's go. So blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that he was punched, kicked, dragged her during this whole situation. He claims it didn't happen, okay? He claims it didn't happen. But she says it did. And apparently she has footage of this. And that's the other thing too. She documented the bruises immediately. Okay? She documented the welts on her face, the black eye, all that stuff. She documented it. Okay? And this is what the defense is trying to throw. You documented it as soon as you could. Why? Because you were trying to extort the man, right? That's what they're trying to put out here, right? So he described the incident, Agnifilo described the incident as really, really inexplicable. He said Diddy and Jane had never been physically violent throughout their relationship, but that Jane slammed Diddy's head into a counter that night. She doesn't really give an explanation for doing this. He pointed to a photo Jane took of Diddy earlier that night, saying half an hour later, you're just waging holy war on the guy, slamming someone's head or someone's face. It just doesn't get much more aggressive than that. Then he also said that Jane was repeatedly calling Diddy the P word, even though the other woman he was seeing was an adult. Is she looking to get a rise out of him? See? I'm trying to make him mad so that he can lash out on me. So let me push his head into a counter. Let me call him all the worst words I could ever think of, especially the words that are circulating all throughout the internet at this moment in time as well. Then remember, she said this part too, which was wild and insane. And if it's true, insane. But she said after he allegedly hurt her, dragged her back in the house, he took her into a shower. He hit her a couple times when he was in the shower. Then they got out or something like that. He goes in and says, you're going to take this pill and you're going to go in there and you're going to S that man's D, right? But then she's like, no, I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing it. And he goes really close to her face and says, is this coercion? Who says that? And she said, Diddy said that to her mother-loving grill. I don't know. That's weird. So I can see some people going, oh, snap. Oh, nope. Nah, bro. Nah, she wrong. She was trying to set him up. I can see how some people will look at that and go, she's trying to set her up, or she is trying to set him up. That's possible. Defense tries to cast doubt on her account in the 2024 altercation. He repeatedly said, Agnifilo, the defense repeatedly said, Jane's account of the June 18th incident doesn't make any sense. Her violence towards Diddy was odd, and her timeline seems off, he said. Agnifilo also questioned how much Diddy actually put his hands on her, but acknowledged that he was violent with her. So he also questioned how much he did do, but he also did say that he was violent with her. There's obvious physical contact. Okay, telling the jury that he'd keep true to the defense position of acknowledging the DV. So they're not denying that he did put his hands on her for sure. But Agnifilo said it appeared Diddy attacked her twice based on the injuries to her face, visible in photos and videos of Jane taken in the days after the altercation. The defense also suggested Jane must have been trying to set up Diddy because she knew there was an ongoing federal investigation in June 2024. The defense attorney said that she might have picked the fight with Diddy and then called a male entertainer to come over to create a specific narrative. That is possible too. I mean, you got somebody who's really fed up, allegedly doesn't want to do the hibbity-dibbity with him anymore, all that stuff. It's possible that she tried to put something together to make it look like setting him up, basically. So they say Diddy would reasonably assume his use of these services was legal. They're not, though. I'm sorry, they're not legal. They're not. Boy. So he referred to the escort service, Cowboys for Angels, that frequently provided the men who attended these freak-offs for Diddy. Okay? The jury previously saw messages between Combs and a high-ranking employee at the company. Agnifilo suggested the legality surrounding each of the services was vague, and that the music mogul would have assumed that its operations were on the up and up. Why is he supposed to know more than them if they're in business and they're sending these S workers? The lawyer said people pay for an S worker's time. And if the two people meet and they choose to have the hibbity-dibbity, it looks like that's not illegal. There are all these companies around the world doing this, and Cowboys for Angels is one of them. He also added that their existence is evidence in Diddy's mind that what they were doing was okay. He said Cowboys for Angels still appears to be in business to this day. Agnifilo also argued that the videos of these freak-offs were homemade adult films. If every corn movie, I'm assuming in every movie, I'm assuming the actors get paid to have relations. How's that not pro? I don't know. And you don't either, he said. This is an interesting stretch. But everybody's going to be like, yeah. See, homemade corn is homemade. See what I'm saying? So they just actors, they entertainers in this mug. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it's legal. You feel me? Because he had that camera in the room. You feel me? That's why it's legal, bro. Free puff, man. No. Sorry, I don't agree with that. Okay? I don't. I just don't. He hired these people. They got flown in to do the hibbity dibbity. These cameras are just in the room. Okay? Then I guess if that's the situation, then every person who goes and hires a pro should have a camera. And as soon as they walk in, just be like, hey, I'm paying you to act in this film with me. But don't worry, no one's going to see your face. Don't worry. But now it's legal because we got the camera in the room. And now you're an actor in my film. Cool? They're going on technicalities for show. So we'll see if that actually sticks. But they're saying, okay, no one testified. No one testified. I was part of a racketeering enterprise. This is the greatest divide between the evidence in this trial and what the prosecutors are saying. There is a gaping lack of evidence. They didn't charge racketeering. They charge racketeering conspiracy. They need a co-conspirator, and they just don't have one. They claim KK. The evidence at this trial shows KK is a helpful person. That's it. Kerry Morgan called KK and D-Rock. They are not co-conspirators. If John Gotti were kicking in your door, would you call Sammy the Bull Garvano or Gravano? No. He is a co-conspirator. There's only one trial. KK is not a co-conspirator. KK, in fact, is a very nice person. There is no evidence that anyone is a co-conspirator. The firearms are not charged, guys. Homeland Security cannot say where the guns were. And the Suge Knight story? It's not charged. Dawn Richard, remember her? Miss Westmoreland did the cross. Not charged. Yesterday, the government said in the videos, you don't see guns. But he probably shouldn't keep videos with pew-pews in them. Is that fair? That's a little sinister. Why are they doing that? And it was Cassie who asked to be number one, Dawn. What? And it was Cassie who asked to be number one on. That's apparently not what was being said in her testimony, though. So now he's saying, no. She wanted it. She did it. She wanted it. What? It was Cassie who wanted to be number one, Dawn. At some point, you can ask, can I trust the prosecutors? It takes a lot of courage to acquit. I think that the evidence shows, and you can conclude, that the government targeted Diddy. I wouldn't say that if Cassie went to Homeland Security. America is great because between each citizen and the government, there is a jury. This right here, this is your house. I'm asking you to summon that courage to do the right thing and acquit Sean Combs on all counts. He is not a racketeer. He is innocent. Let him go home to his family. Thank you. So, prosecution, would you like to take a break before rebuttal? Then yes. Okay, 15 minutes. Jury leaves. Prosecution comes up. Okay, he brought up conduct that hasn't been charged and said Mr. Combs was being targeted. We request curative instructions. The judge says, Mr. Agnifilo, You should have rephrased it differently. But you went on to focus on lack of conspiracy. Interesting. Interesting. So what do you think so far? Okay, again, I would love to get the votes to like 1,000 real quick. The votes. Okay, I got the poll going. Okay, I got that poll going. You feel me? So go over there, please and thank you. Go to the poll. Get your ass to the poll. And I'd love to get it to 1,000 hits. Okay, 1,000 votes, because a nice even thou would be good. Just to hear your thoughts. Do you think Diddy's defense is going to get Diddy free? Okay, with their closing arguments. Do they have a strong argument here? Excuse me. Do they have a strong argument? That is the ongoing pressing question, right? I'm quite curious myself. I'm quite curious on what you guys think. I mean, come on. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get this too. Grace, thank you so much for the super chat, and of course being a fantastic mod. I appreciate it. Yeah, 1.5K in the chat, and only, well, we're past 900 likes now. But yeah, if we can get to that 1K, that would be really dope. Okay, that would be really, really helpful. Okay, smash the like, smash the like, smash that like, baby, please and thank you. All right, thank you so much for the super chat again. Thank you. See, now here's the thing, just thinking about what's being said here, and of course I'm going to refresh here in a second, or now, I mean, just to see they have nothing here. I am kind of curious. Here it is. I'm just going to keep it a being with y'all. Okay, first and foremost, the defense is making a strong argument. Is it all strong? No, I don't think so. But I do think that there's some things for sure. Either it'll be a hung jury on, pun not intended, but it is what it is. I think that it's going to be a few where they can't make the decision on. And then, of course, I still think that there's going to be other ones that, yeah, him guilty. For sure. Him guilty as F. That's what I truly think. I truly think in my heart of hearts, he is going to be in some serious trouble. He's going to be in some serious trouble on some of these charges. Will he walk on other ones? Yeah, of course. I also think that a lot of the things that he said here, the defense, he's casting doubt. The doubt has been casted. Okay? The cast has been doubted. The doubt has been casted. That's what I meant. The doubt has been casted. Okay? But we will see if it sticks with the jury. Prosecution came in and they said, okay, here's everything straightforward. Bow. Here's everything without question. This is what's going on. No. Right? And we didn't have to think about it. Like, okay, I see. Good explanation of everything. And then now you got him coming in, and it's almost as if he's just kind of shooting from the hip. You know? His was kind of a little bit, all over the place and all that. Okay? But he did make some good points. These things, he cannot sit here. They cannot sit here, at least on some of the things. Like the kidnapping and the arson, I'm just like, no, you don't got it. I'm sorry, you just don't. STing, you do. And to me, you can miss me with the nonsense of, well, there was a camera in the room, so therefore they were just making, they were making homemade amateur films. So these guys were entertainers, not S workers. Nah. And just because the likes of Daniel Phillip and the Punisher, Sheree, Hayes, just because they don't consider themselves pros does not mean that they're actually pros. Does not mean that they're not actually pros. Just because they're like, no, I'm not a pro. I am a dancer, or I am a escort, that kind of thing, right? I mean, just because they're not saying that under oath does not mean that they aren't actually that, because they were getting paid like that. They showed up, they did a job, and they left. This wasn't a situation where like, oh, you have to, go to an event and you bring this particular person with you to an event. No, they were showing up to a domicile and they never left that domicile until they bust a nut. I'm being real. This was not a situation where they're going to some ball or to some fundraiser and they're with the person as their number one or as their plus one. You see what I'm saying? It's a huge difference. They weren't going to some crazy events and like I said before, going to some masquerade ball and then afterwards, if they decide to, they go and they do a little bit of love making. No, it wasn't like that at all. They walked into the rooms. They got into baby oil, wearing the clothes that Diddy or Jane Doe or Cassie gave them to wear. They did the hibbity-dibbity. They bust and they leave. And sometimes they're called back to go do it all over again because they appreciated and loved the way their thrust game was. That's it. That is not being an escort. That's a pro. Okay? That's not an S. That's a pro. At least that's how I see it. But let's take a look at this. So it says here, hiring male S workers isn't the same as buying sex, which is wrong. See, but that's the thing. They're trying, okay? They're trying their best to move things on a technicality. Now they're using semantics. You see what I'm saying? They're going, listen, this guy wasn't a pro. He said that he's not a pro, so therefore he wasn't. No, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. These guys came in and technically were paid as pros, not S. Okay? So again, look. So they're trying, saying that it wasn't, it isn't the same as buying the hibbity-dibbity. Okay? So despite Diddy's frequent hiring of men from these services, that shouldn't be viewed as an actual act. So no one ever said, hi, I'm a male pro, Agnifilo said. There was not evidence of that. When Diddy asked an agency for a discount based on all he had spent in the previous hires, the company pointed out that he was paying for time, that he was just paying for time. That's a good catch, though. I'm not going to lie. That's a very good catch. What Agnifilo found is like, well, technically they're saying, well, regardless if he was able to perform or not, you are still paying for his time. So now they're going off of straight up technicalities, literally verbatim what was being said in these text messages. But the fact that the fact that Diddy said he could not perform, that says a lot. And no, we've already seen the S tapes. We already seen the freak off tapes. It's not like he's sitting there just, you know what I mean? Grinding, dancing, working the pole or anything. He's putting baby oil on himself, on Cassie or Jane Doe, and bumping uglies. That's massively different than just spending time with somebody. It's like, oh, I need a date for this dinner that's coming up. Cool. I'll call Cowboys and Angels. Okay, thank you so much for spending your time with me at this event, right? Thank you, Michael. You're such a good-looking man. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, if you'd like to go upstairs. And then it's like, oh, well, I had a wonderful evening. But if you want me to, if you'd like to extend the evening, it'll be another $600 on top of what you've already done. Oh, okay. Sounds good to me. Would you like to go upstairs with me? I'd love to. And then they go upstairs, right? My time spent with you. Yep. Yeah, Black. That's a little bit extra. Had a great evening too, but yep, that's going to be a little bit extra. And that's it. And that's if they decide to go in there and do the hibbity-dibbity. These guys went in and they knew that they were putting their hands in that cookie jar. It's not like they walked in and like, oh, wait, what's going on? Hold on. I'm putting my hands in a cookie jar? Wait a second. This is not what we agreed upon. This is not, excuse me. Can you kill the music? Put the music down. Turn on the lights, man. Can we turn on the ugly lights real quick? Because, I can barely see anything. And this is not what we agreed on, man. Okay? I'm only here to spend my time. I didn't know I was going to be spreading my seed. So that's going to be more. They know exactly what's going on. They walked in, they're bussing, and they leave. And then they get paid. Defense asked the jury to have the courage to vote not guilty. That's insane. Agnifilo wrapped up his presentation imploring the jury to set his client free like Amistad, like a nasty freak off Amistad. Give us a free. Give us a free. That's what he's that's what's literally going on. Oh my God. Oh my God. You should feel the courage to call it as you see it. And I'm asking you to summon the courage to do the right thing. I'm asking you to acquit Sean Combs of all these counts. He is not a racketeer. He sits there innocent. So return him to his family who has been waiting for him. He spoke for 4 hours and 3 minutes compared to prosecution's 4 hours and 49 minutes. Ain't that crazy? Crazy. Give us a free. Give us a free. Yep, just like the man in Amistad. Okay, where's your Matthew McConaughey when you need him? I say, just listen real quick. This man is innocent. All right. I get older, they stay the same age. All right. But let's see what's going on. If they're back. Okay. What about the targeting charge? How is that not improper? So, Mark Agnifilo says, no one went to law enforcement and complained. It's a fair comment. Prosecution said, he said what he said. Targeted, it's improper. A curative instruction is required, and then silence. They made the argument pre-trial and they lost, prosecution said. This was inappropriate. Judge, I intend to add something to the charge. They should focus on whether the government proved each charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, we'd like it now. Okay. There is bedrock law that these arguments to the jury are improper. So I'll give the instruction. Okay, then we'd like it on Monday. I'll do it when the jury comes back. 5 minutes. So Agnifilo's like, I want them to sit with what they heard. I want them to take over the whole. I want this to have this ruminating in their head over the weekend. Please don't say nothing about it right now. Let them stew on what I said and then talk about it on Monday. Sound good? And he's like, nope, I'm going to do it as soon as they come back. 5 minutes. Son of a gun. Well, Agnifilo tried. He definitely tried, baby. He tried. Yeah. Naldo, yeah, he thought he cooked. Yeah. You know, he did his thing. Okay, he did his thing. I'm not going to sit here and say he didn't do his thing. But I think that there's holes in what he said. There's holes in what prosecution has said as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what the jury says. I mean, you got to remember, the jury now has to balance, and they have the whole weekend to sit down and think about all this. But it sucks. I will say this too. It sucks that they're not sequestered. That's a huge problem, in my personal opinion, because now they got the whole weekend. There is so much influence that can happen over this weekend. Do you hear what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Do you hear what I'm saying? There is so much influence that can happen over this weekend. We already have people sending text messages to other jurors being like, hey, are you the juror number 6? You know what I mean? It's not good. It's not good at all. This is kind of when I wish they had the closing arguments on Monday of this week, of this very week, and then they had the deliberations going on, right, throughout this week. And then they're able to come up with their verdict this week so that they're not messed with when they're free over the weekend. You see what I'm saying? So we'll see what happens. Tamara, thank you so much. I appreciate the love from Canada. Pascal, why do you think defense is pushing for a mistrial every chance? Because it's better than being found guilty. Real talk. If they did a mistrial, think about the Karen Reed trial. Not only was it a verdict inside that courtroom, there was also a verdict made and grew even more with the court of public opinion. Think about it. And that's very true. Okay. And yes, also, Mo, you're wrong. You're not wrong. I'm sorry. It's their job to aim for a mistrial or for him to be absolutely acquitted. But here's the thing. If it is a mistrial, that can lean on the side of acquittal for another trial. Think about it again. Think about it again. Look at Karen Reed's trial. Doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care if you think she's innocent or not. I don't care. Some of you guys went out of your way to literally die on that hill. It does not matter. It's over now. She's been acquitted. It's done. Okay. Some of y'all went to toe to toe about this. I was like, damn, why can't we love each other? It's a trial. Okay. Damn. Some people went crazy. It was just wasted energy. Real talk. So with that being said, no, I just saw it. I was watching it from the nosebleed seats. I'm like, good God. What? Look at all these children. Look at all these adults act like children. This is insane. You see what I'm saying? Look at the one in the pink. That's great. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy, girl. You got kids in school. You got kids in school, though. They watching you right now, son. They watching you, girl. All of them losing their damn mind. Grown-ass people losing their minds. Oh, my Lord. So, when it comes to the Karen Reed situation, like I said, the drama is so wasteful. It's energy that it's hilarious, okay? But it's also sad at the same time because you see people willing to die for someone they don't even freaking know. They don't even know this woman. I don't know Brian Koberger. I don't know Diddy. I'm not going to lose my life over get myself thrown in jail or get into fisticuffs on something that doesn't even matter. Like, it's insane. Some people have lost their mother-loving marbles. Where's everybody? Where's the sanity? Bring sanity back into the conversation again on all of these cases. People are going to be losing their minds on the Idaho 4. Watch. And there's going to be hardcore pro-burgers out there that think that he did no wrong. Okay. It's the same thing with this Diddy situation, that people believe that what they believe, right? But it's like, everyone go home and sleep, you know? Everyone go home and, woosah, do some yoga, take up knitting, crochet, whatever the hell you need to do to calm the F down. Real talk. These people don't owe you anything. They're not paying your bills. They're not helping you, cross the street. They're not wiping your kids' they're not cleaning your kids' dirty diapers and stuff like that. They're not making your food. You see what I'm saying? And some people just lose their minds over it. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Pick up pickleball. Okay? Heard it's a really good game for that passive aggressiveness that all of us have deep down inside. Okay? Just do something with it. Turn it into something positive. That energy, holy cow. All right? It's insane. So, when she won, she got acquitted. She's out here free. Hopefully she's going to AA. I think that's what she needs to do. That's just my personal opinion. Doesn't matter if I think she's guilty or not. She's been found not guilty. So there it is. But I do think the fact that she had the mistrial, I think definitely worked in her favor because it casted even more doubt out there in the streets. And then everybody was already savvy to the actual trial itself. So it's going to be very hard for them to find a jury that doesn't really know anything that's going on, especially when it's already been tried before. So when we look at something like this with Diddy, everybody and their mom is covering this. It's impossible to dodge a video or a newscast on it or anything of that sort. An article, everybody's talking about it. Okay? So if he was to be found, or if this was to be a mistrial, and they have to do this ish all over again, the water becomes even more murky. It is even more tainted. Real talk. And it's going to be even more impossible to find a jury that does not have a bias already because of the extensive coverage on this trial. It's been extensive. Same thing with the Karen Reed case. Same thing with any high-profile case. If there's ever a mistrial, man, it leans more. It helps. Show more reasonable doubt. Show more possible innocence of that person. Shows them leaning a little bit more towards acquittal for that person the next time they go back up to the plate. Go back up to the plate to take a few swings at it again. Just saying. I'm just saying. So I'm hoping that it's not a mistrial. Okay? Hopefully he's just found guilty on some things. Maybe not all things, but some things. And it is what it is. Case closed. They move on. Of course, they'll go for an appeal. I doubt they'll get the appeal. Okay? Maybe by some stroke of miracle, he'll get the appeal, but I doubt it. Okay? And then he'll be locked up for however long he is locked up for. But if they were to do a mistrial, you can consider him free. That's it. If it's a mistrial, him free. Because that's the thing. That means that shows to the general public that the prosecution had bupkis. So how are they going to believe him again if they do it again? It's the same thing with Karen Reed. Mistrial. They go back and they run it back. But here's the thing. The state, they weren't able to prove it solidly, okay? They weren't able to solidify their argument in their case. Hence the reason why there was a mistrial. And then there was already all that corruption and mucky muck that was going on with the corruption stuff with the cops and all that. Oh, she ain't got no ass and all that stuff, you know, Harvard, Pak the Cod, Harvard Yard, all that stuff, right? All that corruption, evidence in mother-loving red Solo cups. Who does that, right? All bad things. People heard about those things. And then they run again. They run it back. What do you think is going to be? What do you think? It's going to be her coming out victorious. Because they played the same notes over again. And her team was even more prepared this time to attack the notes and the numbers that the state was playing from the first freaking trial. So it's like I said, it's again going to happen, right? Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah. So the whole point is, one, I don't think I want to go through another trial of this all over again. Okay, unless it's like they got new smoking gun evidence and the defense is bringing in people to speak on behalf of Diddy, then okay, cool. But we'd be basically be going and sitting through the same trial all over again. Except now, everybody, all of us, would be swimming in that gray. Reasonable doubt would be cast throughout the entire thing solely because of what happened in the previous trial that turned into a mistrial. That's just my theory. You know? Tyler, thank you so much for being a member for the past 28 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for keeping it facts first as always, while everyone seems to be completely unhinged. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty insane. Like I said, you know, it's even with the, you know, this Diddy stuff. Everyone's just so mad. You know, if you are a Diddy dead, like Diddy cooked, or like free Diddy, there's just so much anger and animosity. It's like, yo, what's the reason? We have it's a strange culture that has been cultivated, you know, online over the past, like, I would even say over the past 8 to 10 years. It's been wild, right? It's just crazy. It's just crazy. We need to figure out something better instead of losing our doggone minds. Like I said, that pickleball, I heard it gets pretty aggressive. I heard they get kind of violent. No, I'm kidding. They don't. But you know, get that aggression out, you know, pick up some weights, you know, do some push-ups, run a mile, you know? So jury's back. You heard that Diddy was a target. That is not to be considered. That is not of your concern. All right? Okay. Prosecution? Okay. The defendant did not take no for an answer. Certainly not from his girlfriends. He beat them. They suggest he didn't pay for SEX, that there was no enterprise, and that the witness lied. But he flew S workers across the country to have relations with Cassie and Jane while he tenderized his meat. It was not their conversation. It was for hibbity dibbity. Remember Daniel Phillip? Okay. He said he got paid for SEX. When he had a performance issue, he stopped getting paid. Oh, yeah. And the Punisher, $500 when it was no SEX, but then thousands when he was performing the hibbity dibbity. I suspect you'll hear that uncalled witnesses were equally available to both sides. And so in other words, I know what they're trying to say. They're trying to show that, hey, S workers could have been called from defense and from us too. We brought in 2. What did the defense do? They brought in nothing. So miss us with the nonsense. That's basically what they're saying. Okay? Prosecution is most definitely saying they were getting paid for the SEX, and if they weren't doing the hibbity dibbity, they were getting paid less. That is a massive difference. $500 to not do anything except gyrate, covered in baby oil, or thousands to stick his hand in the cookie jar. Massive difference. Literally. Get it? Massive difference. Okay? They're available on both sides, guys. Maybe some of these men would have worked for free, having actual relations in front of a masked, tenderizing meat celebrity. But they got paid. The defendant is guilty of counts 3 and 5. I think prosecution's angry. I feel like she's clapping at them. You know what I mean? She's straight up clapping, just like they got paid. These are some aggressive 6-pack of white women. Yeah. They mad. They're like, oh no. Oh no. Oh my God. He said what? Seriously? Anyway, Tamara, thank you so much for becoming a member. Woo! Thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Yes. And just like Tamara, please consider hitting that join button down below, becoming a member. And of course, do not forget, we're at 1K. That's great. But of course, I'm going to keep on asking it anyway. Hit that like button down below. Hit it. Please and thank you. Crush it. Do what it do. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And of course, don't forget to subscribe. Hit that follow button if you're watching on Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick. I'm sorry. I'm on all of them. Follow, like, subscribe. Okay? So I'm reading your comments. Hold on. Lindell just said, she trying, but this case is over. So you truly think, guys, I'll ask this to all y'all. Y'all truly think that the defense did a better job than prosecution? I'm curious. Sabrina, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Do you really think that the prosecution did a worse job than the defense? Now, I will say, defense definitely poked holes, okay? They definitely poked holes. But casting reasonable doubt on everything? No, I don't think so. They're going off of semantics. They're going off a technicality. The pro stuff is most definitely what happened. It doesn't matter if they said, oh, yeah, I consider myself an escort. You feel me? I'm not a prostitute, okay? I get paid to entertain. I am an entertainer. But then you have videos of them plugging and unplugging themselves into the outlet over and over again. You mean to tell me that they weren't getting paid for those things? They definitely were. And then you also heard from some S workers like, yo, I walked in. At first it was this amount, but then I got paid even more. When I left, it was fire. And then I kept coming back. It was dope. Most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Had the greatest time ever. Right? But they still got paid for their good times. Just saying. Maymag, thank you so much for the love. Pascal, the jury can only make a determination based on evidence, not in the speculation. I think you're saying speculation of this defense attorney, not in the speculation of this defense attorney. Absolutely. They have to go solely on what's been said, the evidence, and all that. Not just like, oh yeah, well, because of speculation. Yeah. Not just the speculation of this defense attorney, but yeah, of course they have to, right? They can't just go off of him being like, oh God, thank you so much for getting rid of all those Astroglide boxes. Oh, the world is better now. Yes, absolutely. They have to go off of the information that is here, and without a shadow of a doubt, pro and S work is most definitely there. They do not have the prosecution does not have arson, and most definitely does not have kidnapping. They don't. They don't. Just so you know. They don't. But they got a slew of other things to look at. Okay? They have way more to look at than just that. Hold on. Okay. So she says they got paid. The defendant is guilty of counts 3 and 5. An enterprise can have unlawful and lawful purposes. KK, uncalled witnesses are equally available to both sides, by the way. So in other words, they're like, they could have called up KK, but did they? No. Why didn't they call KK? Because she probably has some information that would incriminate Diddy even more. So, did they agree to at least 2? Yes. Quick hits. The kidnapping is corroborated by Kid Cudi. He said she was forced to go along with them. Agnifilo said Diddy is a fists guy. Sure, that's fine. When it comes to his girlfriends, oh, shots fired. He's a fist guy only when it comes to his girlfriends. Ain't that about to shut your mouth? But with men, he needs the pew-pews. The London hotel. He made Cassie go over after he put his feet on her face. He wasn't allowed to go home to her mom. That is kidnapping. They coming in shots fired. They ain't playing. They're like, we are not going to be made a fool out of. We're the government. We the feds. You really gonna sit there and, oh yeah, he likes to get into fisticuffs with the fellas. He just come on, put it there. Let's go. Right? She's like, nope. He's only like that with his girls. That's it. But with men, he needs to pull out the weapon. Ain't that something? Let's see what NBC has to say here. Judge tells jury to just worry about this defendant and no one else. So, following an afternoon break, judge reminded jurors that they're not to be concerned about who the prosecution has charged in this case. In his defense closing, Agnifilo questioned why others were not charged for pros other than Diddy. Because they want the big fish, obviously. They wanted the big fish, and the big fish is Diddy. And I'm sure there's a bigger fish too, but Diddy is the big fish. The judge said, arguing that Diddy is the target of selective prosecution, or is the target of selective prosecution, and that was not appropriate. Okay. Oh, sorry. So he said that the arguing that Diddy is a target of selective prosecution was not appropriate. Now I get it. Sorry about that. No more excuses for Diddy, prosecution says. Defense offered nothing more than lies and excuse after excuse for Diddy's inexcusable behavior. Okay, and this is what prosecution said as she began her rebuttal closing statements. Make no mistake, this trial was how, in Diddy's world, no was never an option. Diddy did not take no for an answer, not from his employees and certainly not from his girlfriends. Prosecutor says Diddy didn't hire male workers for scintillating conversation. Yeah, no kidding. He didn't hire them to talk. He hired them to, hired them to, So prosecution mocked the defense for arguing that Diddy's frequent hire of these S workers was just for their time and not at all related to S work, when it clearly was. It's all on tape, baby. It doesn't pass the laugh test. Common sense tells you that he did not pay them for their scintillating conversation. It was for the hibbity-dibbity. Even if there was not a spoken or written agreement for SEX, the intent was clear, according to prosecution. What matters in the law is what was on Diddy's mind when they crossed state lines. Diddy intended to pay them for SEX when he transported them. When they collected their paycheck, they were getting paid for the work they have done, which was bussin'. Straight up bussin'. Okay? So this Comey is like, miss me with the nonsense, man. Miss me with the bullshnish. Okay? So that is kidnapping. The arson. Somehow the glove fell from someone's childlike hand. No. He said he would do it, and he did. Cassie said it as well. Eddie Garcia, he believed he could not go to the police under the actual agreement, that NDA that he signed. And Diddy said, watch how you spend it. Bribery. Yeah, prosecution understandably is big mad. She said what? Defense said what? You better shut your freaking mouth. But that's the other thing. Bribery is absolutely 110% there. See, that's the thing. So many people are going to sit there and go, nah, man, it ain't bribery. He just gave the man some money. He just happened to get a thumb drive. What's the big deal? No, that's bribery, baby. Here it is. That is a low-hanging fruit. That is a ground ball. This one's easy. I know some people out there being like, it was a co-conspirator situation. Well, they could still, if anything, they could still get him for bribery. He may not be, locked up for 15 years, but he still will be found guilty of bribery. He paid for S workers, pros, to act out certain things. That's without question. Sure, you can fight the whole STing thing all day if you want, but there are literal easy charges he should be found guilty of without a shadow of a doubt. Without a doubt. Like I said, if he's exonerated on all this because they say, oh yeah, no, those guys, yeah, they all be entertainers. That's all they were. I will be shook. The bribery, that's bribery. The extortion, let's not forget that too. Extortion. They're not denying that. They've never denied that. In fact, in his closing arguments, he doesn't even talk about it, baby, because he's guilty of it. They didn't even do a cross on Ventura's mother. Okay? They didn't even do a cross. That's massive, y'all. Yeah, Tamara, that's two of them. Two of them right there. I know some people are out here like, free Puff, man. Free my dog, man. But those, they got them on. At least those. And that's it. Everything else is kind of murky. And it'll be up to the jury to be like, yep, no, I see it 100%. We all agree on this. If they're, like I said, if they're hung up on all these counts, I will be like, y'all weren't sitting through this trial. Y'all were not sitting through this trial. So, and Combs said, watch how you spend it. Bribery. This is the guy that can't get his own water bottle or plug in his own phone charger. He is the general. He delegates. KK knows the Wild King Knights involve escorts. The only reason he needs $1,000, thousands of dollars in the hotel rooms is to pay off these S workers. That's true too. What would he need all that money for? Unless he's in Vegas, that'd be a different story. All the time, Vegas? Unless he's in Vegas, why would he need all that stuff, all that money sent over there? Paying everybody in cash. KK reads all of Diddy's text messages, so she knew. KK alone makes Diddy guilty of count 1. Substances? Mr. Agnifilo talked about conspiracy to distribute. But giving substances to Cassie and Jane is distribution. That is enough. Mr. Agnifilo claims they wanted it. Oh, this is a group of white women, and they mad now. Okay, the 6-pack of white women are mad. You don't want to anger a 6-pack of white women. That's bad. That's bad. Mr. Agnifilo claims they wanted it. Uh-oh. It's about to get nasty. Capricorn Clark was kidnapped to go to Kid Cudi's place. Capricorn, a former, we already know about that, was taken against her will to confront Kid Cudi in what amounted to a kidnapping. The prosecutor said it was laughable to believe defense assertions that she was there willingly to help with the break-in. Yeah. If she says he was banging on my door, okay, and sorry, no dig at anybody. Okay, I was just making a joke. All right. Well, that's what they called him, a 6-pack of white women. Even Mark Agnifilo, okay, a white man, said that working for Diddy's team. I said in the very beginning, right, that he started off with this whole thing started off with race, right? And how did defense start this whole thing? With race during their opening statements. With jury number 6 getting kicked out, they're like, nobody's black. No. And then in the beginning of their closing argument, what do? They said, he's a successful black man. Look at him. He's black and successful. That's what happened. That's how they started their closing arguments, defense. Yes. So this is a 6-pack of white women. The prosecution, truly indeed. But they're not happy about what Agnifilo's been saying. In fact, you can see they're even responding. They're retaliating, even with their verbiage, okay? Even with their vernacular. They're even saying that it's laughable to believe defense assertions that she was there willingly to help with the break-in of Kid Cudi's home, right? When she actually called Cassie to be like, yo, Diddy's trying to break into Kid Cudi's home. And then Kid Cudi's in the background going, what? Diddy's in my crib? Oh, hell no. Give me the phone, man. That's crazy. So Diddy wanted to confront Kid Cudi with a pew-pew, according to the prosecution. Agnifilo said Diddy was a hands and fist guy. Sure. With his girlfriends. Oh, shots fired. You know what I mean? They mad. And yep, Kid Cudi called the police. That's why the police even pulled up in the first doggone place. That is true. That is mother loving true, y'all. Let's see. So Mr. Agnifilo claims they wanted it. The defense theory is that Cassie wanted to be number one, Dawn. That Jane wanted to have relations with Anton after being attacked. And Mia wanted to be penetrated. That Cassie and Jane wanted to spend days in oil with UTIs, in high heels, with strange men. Mia said no. Cassie said no on her 29th birthday. Jane said no before Anton and after being beaten. These women, stage whisper, I don't know what that means, had no reason to lie. The defense say it's for money. But Cassie already got paid. That's interesting. That's an interesting fact right here. Big fact right there. We're doing the horn. Me. That's a good point. Yo, that's a good point. Eddie did not ask for money first. No, he didn't ask for the money first. Diddy came up to Eddie, okay, Eddie, his angel, and said, hey, I'll hook y'all up. And Eddie was like, nah. Then he had a conversation and said this in passing with one of the guys, one of the higher ups at his job, his boss. And then his boss said, oh, you give me a couple $100,000, we good. And that's when he reached out to Diddy and said, well, it looks like my guy is down for it. Here you go. Let's make a transaction happen. So Eddie was doing something illegal too. He definitely was the middleman, and he also got a piece of the pie too. But he's not the one who initiated the conversation. No. Diddy's the one who initiated the conversation first. And then he reached out to his supervisor. The supervisor said, oh, I can get that taken care of and erased. No problem, boss. And then, you're right. His boss said $50K. So then he shows up, Eddie, they're in that apartment or that hotel room, wherever they were, right? And that's when Diddy shows up and gives him double the amount that he asked for. It's like, you know what? In fact, because I like you, Eddie, my angel, here's another 50. You sure it's all gone though, right? Yep. 100K. But Diddy's the first one to be like, yo, let me, whatever I can do to, I'm willing to do whatever I need to get rid of this. If you know what I'm saying, I'll hook you up. And then the rest is history. And boom goes the dynamite. But here's the other thing that's very interesting. This fact right here that's highlighted in blue. But Cassie already got paid. Oops. Cassie already got paid. She just got paid. It's Friday night. Okay, she got paid and she still was willing to be a part of this trial. That is a huge deal. She didn't need to do this. She didn't need to come in here with her very pregnant booty to sit down and go through the trauma and put herself in front of everybody talking about all this stuff. She did not need to do it because she already got paid. She could have just had the baby, and flown out and lived in a whole other town and a whole other city and a whole other country by now. But she did not. She decided to still go in here and testify against Diddy. Why would she do that if she already got paid? Think about it. She already made the 30 million. She didn't need to do anything. And yes, she still made it went out of her way to do this. Oh, she had a choice. She definitely had a choice. She didn't have to go. Think about Gina, victim number 3 that was supposed to be called up. She ain't nowhere to be found. She ain't nowhere to be found. So she went out of her way. Why would she do that? Something to think about. Let's refresh. Just got paid, money in my pocket. You know what I mean? So But Cassie already got paid. Big deal. Big deals. Very, very big deals. So if Cassie were lying and already got paid, why would she take the chance of perjury in a federal trial? This is a woman standing up for what is right. Mia already settled in mediation. There's no reason for her to put on a show for you. She's got a point there. Gina did run like that. She really did. She took that money because she just got paid and then ran. And then she's like, lawyer, here's a piece of that money too. Don't pick up the phone. Real talk. Where's Gina? Where's Gina? She gone. She got paid. Witness tampering. She took off. She kicked rocks. She was subpoenaed too. She decided not to show up. Why? Because she got paid, mother lovers. She got mother loving paid. So this is quite a great argument here, right? The defense says, oh, she did it to get paid. She already got paid. Done deal. She could have been like, okay, I'm done. You know, I'll release this death grip on Diddy's balls because I got my 30 mil. And what happened? She said, nah, I'm not done yet. Nah, I'm gonna testify. F that, I'm testifying. And she just re-gripped around those balls. Okay? I mean, it wouldn't be like, I guess it would be like that. Tootsie Rolls are all I see, you know? But nonetheless, insane in the membrane. Let's see what NBC is saying here. Right quick. Let's see. Let's take a gander. So, Diddy had plenty of help, but he can't do anything on his own, prosecutors say. So, he ran a criminal enterprise with the help of plenty of employees who helped him do nearly everything in his daily life. They mocked Diddy his inability to execute a host of daily tasks, like a host of daily tasks, arguing that it was indicative of his need to use his inner circle for nearly everything in life. This is a guy who can't even get his own bottle of water or plug his phone or plug in his phone charger. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. He is the general, not a foot soldier or lieutenant. Yeah, he has people that he pays to just bend at his will, literally. So Cassie, Jane, and Mia were forced into sex they did not want. So his two former girlfriends and former assistants said they were actually attacked by Diddy, despite the defense's assertions that sex was consensual. All three women made it clear they did not want to submit to acts pushed on them by Diddy. These three women had no reason to lie, especially under oath with the feds, because you know the feds aren't gonna, if they're caught in perjury, they don't take kindly to being lied to. The feds don't like that. Okay, but let's continue on. So Mia's already settled in mediation. There's no reason for her to put on a show for you. So Jane doesn't intend to sue. These women refuse to let trauma swallowed up their whole lives. That struggle tells you these women told the truth. They broke free of the defendant's manipulation. Hold on.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? up? Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming and you...
I'm sorry. I have not heard that in a long time.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up?
Thank you so much, TD Jakes. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's just how he says swallowed up. I can't even do. Have you ever? He sounds so stuffy. That's what he sounds like to me. Have you ever been? I can't do it. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Okay. Yeah, we have fun. Okay. Tamara, thank you so much. The gold digger comments are really ridiculous. The woman wanted to work. She was signed to a contract that was not delivered. Plain as day. Yeah, I mean, the whole argument, thank you so much for the super chat. But yeah, the whole argument about them being like the whole fact of everybody still leaning on the whole gold digger thing. I mean, I'm going to say this. I think two things can be true at the same time. I truly do. I truly do. And I know that's going to like surprise a lot of people. It is what it is. But at the same time, I truly believe that you could also be stuck with somebody because you like how rich they are. You like how much they provide or the potential of what they can provide for you. And also be going through trauma or also be a victim as well. You see what I'm saying? But then at the same time, and I think you're referring to when you say, Tamara, you're talking about Cassie, I'm assuming, as far as like she signed a contract that was not delivered. Yeah, she signed a 10 album deal and she was really pressed about trying to get albums off the ground. One of the other arguments people try to create or put out there is like, she was a hack. She wasn't talented. She wasn't making good music, right? But there were still opportunities for her. She has a great face. She has she's a beautiful woman. Camera loves her. So she could have gone off and just gone into acting, right? And she started to do a little bit of that, but she was still performing in those freak offs. Now, if Diddy was really serious about her finding success, I think he would have pushed more for her to get out there. That's what I truly think. But I also think that she also held on to him because not only because she may have thought in her manipulated mind that she loved him, and it could have been the substances as well. I think she also felt that she's standing right next to Diddy. Are you kidding? It's the same thing as Jane Doe. Like I said, two things can be true at the same doggone time, right? So sure, she's a gold digger. But she was messing with the wrong dude, okay? And went through some serious, serious trauma. So that struggle tells you these women told the truth. They broke free of the defendant's manipulation. Jealousy is not a defense to STing. Jane picking out Cabral and Anton was a way of her taking back some control. I agree with that too. Yes, she texts these S workers. Sometimes he told her. Sometimes she knew he would ask. She felt she had no choice. That's coercion. I see that part. Stacy, let me see this. I'm reading your comments, y'all. I'm looking at all of them. You know what I mean? I just can't pick every single one. We'll be on here for 17 hours. Okay. Stacy. Pascal, she could find other alternatives. When she wanted to leave, she was thinking about dating Jay-Z, but he was taken. I didn't know that about the Jay-Z part. I didn't know that, right? If that's true, right? But he was already taken. Well, you know, he ended up with Queen Bee. Let's not forget that. But here's the thing. see, this is the whole point of, and I think this is the reason why people react so hugely on the whole, like, the victim shaming thing, you know, because, and don't get me wrong, I've said the same thing too. It's like, you just leave, right? Why not just walk out the front door? But it seems like there were moments where she really was trying to do that, and then she was tracked down, right? And we're just talking about Cassie, not Jane Doe. Jane Doe's story is complicated as F. But we've seen countless times where she said, I tried to leave. And then he would bring in all his goons trying to find me. And they'd zero down where I'm at a hotel. And then, you know, I was so depressed and so just terrified and tired and exhausted. I was threatening to jump off the doggone building, etc. Right? I mean, we hear those things, right? But I feel like there's a lot of that where I instantly think in my head too as well. Those are the things I'm thinking in my head too. It's like, why don't they just walk out the front door? Damn. You know what I mean? I get it. I even asked that earlier in the trial over these last 7 weeks. I asked the same damn question because at some point there's got to be a breaking point, right? You know? But like I said, there's Stockholm syndrome. There's also fear of retaliation. There's fear of her career being gone. All that, right? Look at what happened to Capricorn Clark, allegedly. She lost her job. She tried to go to other jobs. He was blocking her from being able to get a job, you know? And then she came crawling back. At least how she broke it down, right? That's bad, right? But let's continue on. The defendant did put his hands on Cassie during freak-offs. Cassie said it. Daniel Phillip told you as well. And it's on video. The defendant was in a towel. The freak-off was not over, according to him. There was no separating the violence and the sex. They're breaking it down. Yep. Let's see what's going on here. No acting awards handed out in court, prosecutors say. So the former assistant Mia testified truthfully about being SA'd. Okay. Mia is not some trained actor putting on a performance. No one is handing out Tonys or Oscars for performances in this courtroom. She was here to tell you what happened. His former girlfriend, Jane Doe, didn't sue Diddy either. So she too had no incentive to lie. If she was looking for a payday, where's the lawsuit? That's a damn good question, y'all. If she really was out for a payout, where is the lawsuit? And there is none because she was not trying to copy Cassie. It looks like I got a storm coming. But remember, there's a lot of people sorry, hold on. There's a lot of people that are looking at the situation and thinking that, oh, she's just like the defense said, Jane Doe is setting this all up, right? So that she can go and attack Diddy. I could see the theory. I could definitely see the theory. But she hasn't sued Diddy at all. Is it because she's comfortable with living where she's living and he's paying for all of her stuff and she doesn't want to lose that stuff? Maybe, right? But we'll see. We shall see. Still waiting. Prosecutors push back on suggestion that accusers enjoyed the freak-offs and these hotel nights. So prosecution pushed back on the suggestion that both women enjoyed this, okay, and that they were a actual preference that they shared with Diddy. So so they describe these freak-offs and hotel nights as, quote unquote, being in a dark hotel room, awake for days, covered in baby oil, wearing 8-inch heels, often with a UTI, sitting in the same position, performing top for hours. She also described it as having relations for hours, including with strangers, having unprotected relations with stranger after stranger, a rotation of men for days. Prosecution said Cassie didn't have a financial incentive to lie on the stand. She already secured the $30 million in her settlements from Diddy and the Intercontinental Hotel video before even testifying in trial. Cassie already got paid and had the media on her side. So she didn't need to do any of this. So that makes sense. She did not need to do anything. Okay? Why would she risk it all by perjuring herself at a federal trial? This makes sense. Diddy couldn't have done his dirty work without the help of his inner circle. So in her rebuttal to the defense's closing argument, prosecution painted a picture of Diddy delegating everything from mundane to illegal tasks to his associates. This is why this is a guy who can't get himself his own bottle of water or plug in his own phone charger. They're arguing that he certainly needed his inner circle to help him do things to, like obtain substances or kidnap Capricorn Clark. So we already know about all that. Prosecutors say Diddy's desires were predictable and insatiable. So his former girlfriends had no reason to lie or share a common desire to have relations with male S-workers. These freak-offs and hotel nights were all allegedly the brainchild of one person. Diddy's desire for these nights were predictable and insatiable. She urged jurors to take these women at their word. The defense makes all kinds of claims of why they were lying. Remember, these women have no reason to lie. I mean, especially Cassie. If anyone, Cassie has no reason to go up there and lie. She's already made $30 million. What is the reason for her to go up there and lie? Real talk. Think about it. It just doesn't make any earthly sense. Oh, come on. Excuse me, guys.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up?
Okay. Well, Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez have gotten married. They have finally officially tied the knot. Just so you guys know. Here, I wonder what that prenup looks like. Just saying. Just saying. Okay. So the defendant, blah, blah, blah. He told you it was on video. Okay. There's no separating violence with the SEX. Remember when Cassie OD'd in a hotel room in Long Island and they still had a freak off? Remember that? When Jane performed O or top on Anton after Diddy hurt her? That was trafficking. Crazy. Let me get some water. Okay. Whew. What the heck? Let's see. Yeah, Diddy docket anything wrong with that. Remember the vomiting as well? That's some serious stuff too. Yeah, it's Friday. Come on. As we wait. Of course, don't forget to hit that like button down below. Of course, don't forget to subscribe. Please and thank you. Subscribe. Crap. Hold on. Okay. Still nothing. Let's see what's going on here. Jane performed hotel nights out of obligation by 2023 when Diddy paid her rent. Jealousy is not a defense to STing. Jane was bothered by a social media post from other women Diddy dated because it made her see how terrible her situation was. Okay? How abusive it was. So the prosecution reminded the jury that Jane testified that she arranged for entertainers to participate in hotel nights because she could at least control what men she had relations with. Okay, that's coercion. All right. The fact that he was paying her rent by 2023, Jane was performing hotel nights out of obligation. That's coercion when she was afraid she'd lose her home if she didn't. And I mean, you saw the text messages as well. they were saying things like, oh, okay, well, then I'll just give you 33 more months. I'll just give you about 90 days, on the rent. And then we could be done. That's your severance package. Paused. I don't know what's going on with the pause. Why are they pausing? Ugh. Okay. So that was trafficking, right? Mr. Agnifilo said Cassie won a prize. What was the prize? Relations with the UTI? Getting number one in her mouth? It's ridiculous. They had a trauma bond. They were trapped. The cost of trapping them was a drop in the bucket for Mr. Number One on the Forbes list. Oh, snap. Snap indeed. Oh, snap. Let's be real. Okay. They literally are saying, okay, so the defense was like, or at least Agnifilo was like, she wanted it. She wanted to get number one in the mouth. She wanted to, do this, this, and this. Okay. They're taking certain liberties for sure. They are. But it does make sense about the trauma bond. It does. It really does. They were trapped. The cost of trapping them was a drop in the bucket for Mr. Number One on the Forbes list. That's insane. She out here, shots fired. Yeah. So much drama in the LBC. Oh my. Brittany, let me just say this. If Wendy Williams was well enough to testify, if she was well enough and still had her show right now, every show would be an exclusive interview. You realize that, right? Every single show would be an exclusive. Because I know there's a lot of stuff that she knows. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff that she knows. You feel me? There's a lot of stuff that she knows. So again, that would be exciting. Oh my God. Even right now, just on her most what's the word? Balanced, where she's balanced the best. She'd still be diabolical right now. She'd be having a field day and bringing in everybody to talk about this. Okay? This would be massive, massive stuff. In the refresh to see what's up, what's going on, what's popping, what's new. NBC. Women felt like they had no choice but to give in, prosecutor says. By the time Diddy attacked Cassie during the infamous hotel video, he was at a stage of his psyche where all demands needed to be met, or else, the prosecution said. The defendant took this as an extreme point. By the time he got to the Intercontinental, he was so far past the line, he couldn't even see it. The commonality of these women, of these women shared, was their shared abuse by one man. The cycle of this made them feel trapped because they were trauma bonded. This is what prosecution said. I mean, I see what they're breaking down. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this is this would be like the black version of like The Hours or something. You know what I mean? Like, you got like Angela Bassett, you got like Kerry Washington, Sanaa Lathan, and I'm trying to think of like a fourth other popular actress, black actress right now. Okay. And they're all talking about how they've been with this one guy, right? But this would be all on Tubi, you know? Shoot, what is that movie? You know what I'm talking about? The Hours, with all the white women. The Hours with what's her face? She was married to what's his face? Tom Cruise. What's his Nicole Kidman? The Hours, right? It's called The Hours, right? Where she has a funny nose and everything. And I know it has nothing to do with like DV or anything, but this mother loving movie. Hold on. This movie right here. That's Nicole Kidman right there. That's crazy. Okay. But yeah, in my mind, I keep thinking like, oh, you know, all these three, you know, 4 women connected in one small incident or one man. You know what I mean? Something ridiculous like that. But it'd be on Tubi. Like I said, this issue would be on Tubi. Because it's about Diddy. Clearly. Alfre Woodard, she'd be great too. But yeah, she'd be great. Yeah, no, she'd be good too. She'd be good. She'd be good. She's fantastic too. Let's see. Okay, they were trapped. The cost of trapping them was a drop in the bucket for Mr. Number 1 on the Forbes list. He pushed her to continue after she vomited. He knew she didn't want to. The Intercontinental, they claim he was intoxicated, that it was about a phone. He knew what he was doing. He kicks her. She calls security, so he stays to keep control of her. As we wait. You know what? That's a good question, actually. Actually, I'm gonna remove this. Oh, 1,300 votes. That's fantastic. Over 1,300 votes. I'm gonna end this this poll. But I asked, do you think the defense is going to get their closing arguments? Do you think that they were going to get him free from their closing arguments? And out of 74% of y'all, you said, nah, Diddy is cooked. Wow, New York. Wow. That's crazy. So hey, y'all spoke and I heard it. Y'all think he's cooked. Majority of y'all think he's cooked. 1,300 votes, by the way. 1,300 votes out of 13 of ya. You said the man be cooked. Yeah, I kind of think he might be cooked. But he seems to be very proud of the defense's closing arguments. He apparently was leaning forward, very engaged, smiling and everything. You saw what I did, Sabrina. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Okay. But yeah. I don't know. Him gone. I think him dead. Him dead. Yeah. Life in prison? No. But he's going to get locked up. He's finna get locked up. Yep. He about to get locked up like a mug. Don't forget. Okay. tell me the diddler lost. I don't think he lost all of it. I think he's gonna be able to be exonerated on a few. I think some of them are going to be a toss-up that they can't answer some of them. And then there's going to be other ones where he's found guilty of for sure. You can't deny the pros. You can't deny the STing. You just can't, guys. You just can't. I know there's a lot of people out here that will fight it, be like, no, it's not true. But it's like, no, he did that. He did those things. Doesn't matter how you look at it, if they were entertainers or not. They were not there to just, I'm your private dancer for money. Not that. Okay? Not that at all. Not that at all. Okay? This is a different situation. They were sticking it in. Okay? So. Just saying. And yeah, DC, you only need two. You only need two. Yeah. It's going to be an interesting time, baby. It's going to be an interesting time. Come on, Mang. Yeah, they only have literally if they're supposed to be ending soon, they allegedly only have 10 minutes left. Just about. That's if they finish at the time that they say they're going to finish. But, they've been lying like a mug. Okay. But they're saying the violence Cassie endured and Diddy's demands can't be separated. So they argued that Cassie was subjected to violence by Diddy when she was only just 21 years old. And he had control over everything from her career to her home and her car. Those are all very true. Prosecution said that as the violence and fear became a routine, Cassie was worn down. So when the defendant told Cassie to set up a freak-off, what choice did she have? Being a domestic attacker is not a defense to STing. If part of the attacks is making your partner participate in commercial S acts, you're guilty of STing. The lawyer also rejected the defense's suggestion that freak-offs were enjoyable evenings that never involved violence. Like I said, beautiful nights. Yes. These were not beautiful evenings, holding stemware, drinking champagne, and having a grand old time. Okay? These are the same things over and over, set up for one man's pleasure and one man's enjoyment. Let's see what else is here. It's just one freak-off or hotel night. If just one freak-off or hotel night was STing, that's enough for trafficking conviction. To convict on a STing charge, the jury has to find only one freak-off or one hotel night was actually STing, prosecution says. And of course, Diddy is facing 2 counts of STing. So they could find it on Cassie and not find it on Jane Doe, and vice versa. So STing, she says, involves getting someone to say yes through illegal means of force, fraud, or coercion. And if there is accounts of him attacking her, a video of him attacking her, all those things, rest assured, that is what it is. You can't deny that. Okay? Again, STing involves getting someone to say yes through illegal means of force, fraud, or coercion. And they've already shown multiple situations where STing had occurred. Various types of STing, by the way. Various levels of STing. So again, interesting. Let's see here. Looking at your comments, guys. 1 second. And Kane, you ain't wrong. You only need one juror to sit there and say he's not guilty throughout the entire thing. Literally, it has to be a unanimous decision on all of them. Real talk. So Diddy still has a strong possibility of walking solely because somebody in there just says, nope, he's not guilty. I don't care. I don't care what you think. I have spoken. He is not guilty on all these charges. Sorry. Keep it moving. It's crazy. It's crazy, but that's the fact. That is a fact. So they have to, like I said, this would be, you got to understand, if he walks, this is incredibly embarrassing for the government. Incredibly embarrassing for the government. Okay? They don't want that to happen. But Kane, I don't think he's walking. Do I think he's going to be locked up for life? No, I do not. But I don't think he's walking. I don't think tomorrow or, whenever the verdict is made, I don't think that he's just walking out the door exonerated. Hell no. Nah. He's going to be locked up for a little bit. And it just may not be decades, Let's move on, though. So he stays to keep control of her. I want to be clear. They called Anton because he was the only repeat player in LA. They stopped with Cabral after he tried to extort Jane. Whatever words he used about a conspiracy between Jane and Anton, there is no evidence of it. Chrissy just said, yeah, he walking to the cell and yard. That's about it, baby. Yeah, he's in there for a minute, y'all. Like I said, he's going to be in there for a minute. Yes, I believe that he will have time served. But like I said, that's not getting him out, Kane. That's not going to be getting him out immediately. Okay? He will be in there. And then, yeah, he'll probably walk. But he's still got to be in there for at least a few years. Yeah, on good behavior, he may serve half of 10 years, but he's not well behaved. Yeah, I mean, well, if he's found guilty, I think he's going to stop doing all this crazy stuff and trying to call up people and do illegal things like witness tampering and everything. The trial will be done, right? He'll be found guilty of those charges and they'll just keep it moving. He will most likely appeal. It depends on if they actually appeal him. But at the same time, you got to remember, this is insane, guys. You got to look at the countless videos that they have. There's countless videos of dudes that are not Diddy bumping uglies with his girls. Then on top of that, let's not forget this other part too. There's paper trails of money being transferred, money being paid to these S workers, phone calls, plane tickets, etc., being made to send these guys to these other places. Like I said, you can't miss that. You can't ignore those pieces. They have smoking gun evidence. Those parts are bad. Okay? Those parts are bad. But this is not a situation where he's like, well, I've always wanted to start my own P-Hub, or I've always wanted to start my own adult film company. So I'm just testing out some cameras and just trying it out. You telling me you moonlight as a adult film director, but you've been watching and doing this for decades? It's not spicy videos for distribution. It's spicy videos because you just want to remember those moments. That's it. So he coerced Cassie and Jane into this, and nothing happened. He R'd Mia, and again, nothing happened. He put his hands on Cassie, and nothing happened. He put his hands on Cassie in a hotel on tape, then bribed the guards to buy it. And then guess what? Nothing happened. He was untouchable. He did not think that these women would speak and that Kid Cudi and Deontay Nash and other men would back them up. The defendant is not a god. He stands equal before the law. Find him guilty. So, jurors, you may leave until Monday. F off. Yes. All of them are trying to have their Perry Mason moment. I swear to God. They all trying to have their Perry Mason moment. Okay. But wow. And that's all she wrote. There it is. And boom goes the mother loving dynamite, baby. Okay. So there it is. Wow. A lot to dissect. For sure. I kind of wish this happened at the end or the beginning of the week so that they can do, they can do jury directions, right? Jury deliberations and jury directions, and of course, jury deliberations in the middle of the week, so that maybe by the Friday, you know what I mean, we're already at a verdict. But the thing is, it is what it is. It's fine. How do I feel about what is being said? Like I said, I think that there's certain things that the defense did a good job on. They were able to poke holes in a lot of things, not all, but some things, I'll say, that prosecution put in. Do I think that Diddy is 110% guilty on everything? No, I don't. So far, I do not. But there are things that prosecution has presented that are hard to dismiss. Okay? There are things that you just cannot dismiss. One thing they're trying to say is stop this monster. Please slow this train down. Stop this monster. He is a monster. You have the ability to take this and stop him, right? We'll see. Like I said, certain things that they said, defense did a good job painting a whole lot of gray. Being like, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? That's weird. That's weird. You really think she did this out of her own merit? Or is this something about money? Is this financial gain? And why is she here? Why did this happen? So on and so forth, right? This can't be STing. They are saying that they're entertainers. So they got paid for their time, ladies and gentlemen. Technically, they got paid for their time, right? I will say this. The jury's going to have a field day talking and mulling this over in their own minds over the weekend. And then they're going to be going into that room and deliberating, going, is he guilty? Is he not guilty? And I'm telling you right now, there are people that are already walking into this mess already saying he was guilty from the beginning. And then there's others that are going, no, he ain't guilty. He's innocent. You're just trying to take this man down. He didn't do anything wrong. Just because he likes doing a little hibbity-dibbity, just because his stuff is very zesty, is zestfully clean, doesn't mean it's actually zestfully unclean, but you know what I mean. Just because it's that doesn't mean that he should be crucified for having a lavish sexual appetite and never being satisfied. I get it. They're going to have a interesting time fighting and deliberating this out over the next couple days. But they have the weekend to sit down, look, do their research if they want to, as far as the technical terms of what the charges he's looking at. I think that's also important. Not looking up what everybody else is thinking, but just looking up the terminology of those things to make sure in their own minds that what he's getting charged with is just and that he is indeed guilty of those things. But the defense did a good job cutting a lot of holes in the prosecution. But I will say this, prosecution just came back with their rebuttal. And I think they had some very solid points there. One thing is for sure, Cassie, Cassie was already made the money. She didn't have to go and testify. Jane Doe, who is still getting paid by Diddy, who still sings his praises, would drink his dirty bathwater, which I'm sure she has done at one of these freak-offs, okay? Still testified. She didn't have to do that. Same thing with Mia. And yes, I know that Mia and Jane Doe's testimonies were very, very faulty. In my personal opinion, I think they were. They still had a good point that they didn't have to step forward and speak out. They really didn't. Mia got paid through like a settlement, okay, in the past. Cassie got paid $30 million. She good. She don't have to do anything. She could have just stayed home, started counting her money, okay? So, again, those things I think are some good points. But like I said, there is still a lot of gray, and I think that the defense did a good job dancing in that gray. So we're going to see what happens here, for sure. Pretty insane, to say the least. But for a fact, Monday is going to be a whole other can of mother-loving, another can of mother-loving worms. I can't talk anymore now, guys. It's been 6 hours of talking nonstop. I'm tired. All right. But, guys, do me a favor. I do have there's a new lawsuit that just dropped, or not dropped, but it didn't just drop. It dropped yesterday, but I still covered it. And that is on this. It's pinned to the top of the chat right now as we speak. But I also have an update on the Brian Kohberger case. If you are interested in the Idaho 4 case, definitely look into that. That is on my page as well. And of course, if there's anything else going on, we're going to talk about it all. John K., I appreciate the love. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But we're going to be covering this more. We'll be on checking this out and be on Verdict Watch starting Monday. And then, of course, covering all the news and everything else that's going on in the world while we wait. Okay, because the deliberation could happen in a day, or it could be a whole week. You never know. There's a lot they have to figure out, and there's a lot they need to discuss. Anyway, guys, that is the show. I appreciate you guys being here. It means a lot. Thank you so much for spending your time with me. You could have spent it anywhere else, and you spend it with me. So thank you. Please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. Do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. And most importantly, if you are on those other platforms, like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick. I'm on all of them, okay? So please hit that follow, hit that like button, all right, on all those respective pages. Please go and subscribe here on my YouTube channel. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there. That'd be greatly appreciated, okay? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Okay? Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. We'll be talking here very, very soon. Have a great, wonderful rest of your day. And if I don't see you guys this weekend, make it a positive one, but make it a safe one too, okay? We'll be talking soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.